Hello, hello, beautiful people of the internet. Hello, Mastomaticus, Shrek Militaire 2018, Cool Doge, Broad Metal Look 2, and Red Shirt 11. Slay the Spire 2, we have returned. There's a new fancy patch that exists. It's out on the beta branch. It is apparently controversial. I'm not even gonna touch that with a 10-foot pole, except to say, I think the changes look great. That's my analysis. But I haven't played them. But glance value, I agree with pretty much every single thing. And the only things I disagree with are very minor and probably different from what is apparently the majority opinion. Though I have learned since reading the discourse on Reddit regarding Snakebite, and then whatever that stupid replay shivs card is, that Reddit has no idea what makes Slay the Spire 1 such a good game, and people are coming into 2 not knowing what the hell they're talking about, to be quite honest. But that's just my grumpy old man soapbox opinion as someone who is a firm lover of Spire 1 from its early days. So I'm gonna play the beta patch after I just see how long in the current patch I can do my random win streak before it splats, and then I'm gonna play the new patch. So these are all random, despite the fact that I got the Necrobinder every single time. So I got a current streak of 3 going, and we're just gonna see how long that goes until we splat. The Door Maker's probably a lot harder, definitely. And here's what I like about it. All right, you know what isn't good for the game? This. I want a strategy game. I don't want to solve a riddle, puzzle something out, and then simply win, right? There's a reason why I like certain games and dislike other games. And they may have a similar veneer, but Project Triangle Strategy and Battle Brothers are as far from each other as I can imagine. Anyway, so I'm going to do random and we're going to see what happens. The Silent. So this will be my last opportunity to enjoy a few cards in their old form. The big one being, oh, where are you, my beloved? Prepared, which is going to be changed. And I think this will have impacts on all the rest of the card pool and the valuation. So I'm very excited to see how that plays out. That's probably the big one. That's probably the biggest one. Okay, so we got Overgrowth here. And I'm liking the look of this path. May be able to take an elite if we've got still plenty of hit points. Decent time for a shop. If we're strong enough, we can hit up another elite and shop. If not, maybe go that way. Or could potentially even do shop then elite if we feel like we've expended all potions. It's another totally reasonable option. Yeah, killing infinites is a good thing, right? I mean, I think it's, don't get me wrong, if the implementation of Doormaker changes in what they currently have in the beta branch, like, sure, fine. But the game needs something like Doormaker. And I've gone on this rant before, right? It doesn't have to be exactly like Doormaker. Maybe they end up scrapping that design. Maybe they end up thinking it's great. I don't know. But the game needs something like Beat of Death, Time Eater, you know, Woke Bloke, the new Doormaker. It needs something alongside the other changes to nuke infinites, right? A lot of the card changes also make it harder to get infinites. There's going to be a lower number of question mark nodes in the next patch as well. And I think that will make it so that there are fewer card remove events, which will also make it harder to achieve infinites. All good changes. Like literally almost everything in the beta branch is awesome. So I'm looking forward to playing it. Giving a player a low win rate for chasing infinites is a great approach too. Yeah, basically. Exactly. Right? Okay, so these are pretty not exciting options. I'm okay with grabbing greed for a bunch of money, since we're gonna hit up this shop before an elite anyway. It's okay. Could also just go with a random relic. That's not very exciting. Or even 11 HP. Hit points are nice. I don't know that I've actually even taken this option yet. Okay, upgraded attacks deal 3 additional damage. That's kind of cool. Gives us a little bit of a direction for how we approach the beginning here. So we're going to be looking to, for example, upgrade neutralize at our first campfire. And let's see. So we still need to hit him with 4 strikes total. I think we just take 1. Okay. Didn't need to take that point of damage, but that's fine. Piercing Whale and Expose are both here. I like both of these cards. Slice is also fine. KMMID, hello. I maybe barely have a preference for Piercing Whale. Is this beta yet? Not yet. Not yet. What is different from the Doormaker? Doormaker is going to eat every 10 cards you draw and gain strength. And suck up that card. So, sounds interesting. I'm looking forward to giving it a shot. I'm going to currently... So I put that exclamation mark command. I'm going to keep playing the current version for the moment until I see how far the current streak goes until it splats. Just to see how far I can push it. With my understanding of the current game as it is, then I'm going to hop it over to the beta branch, which will be how things will look in the future. Anyway, I think this is a genuinely pretty interesting decision. I think I'm barely going to lean towards Expose. Interestingly enough, I think this is a pretty good card for a deck that wants to go for poison as well. Just getting rid of the artifact and block. Artifact in the case of poison, but... I read they want to counter the infinite meta, which is nice. 100% agreed. Absolutely agreed. I think it's great. Like, honestly. I think the patch notes, the way I read them is like, everything sounds not only reasonable, but great. Right? I think I'm going to go ahead and grab Calculated Gamble. Untouchable is one of the cards that's going to be nerfed in the beta branch. I think it goes from 9 to 7 block, if I recall correctly from the patch notes, and I don't remember what the value is upgraded. Yeah, Slate Spire is a really smart design team. Agreed. What does Peck do when it's upgraded? I'm curious. Okay, so it does do it an additional time. Interesting. So one not unreasonable option, honestly, if upgraded attacks deal 3 additional damage, and this goes from deal 2 damage 4 times to deal 5 damage 4 times for 1 mana, that's a pretty high value card, right? The Chaucer, hello. Infinite should be a combination of insane lucky rare card and relics, not a few commons and uncommons, and that's it. Absolutely, agreed. Having a super multi-attack card is nice for enchants and effects that add damage to attacks. They feel pretty common now. That's true too, right? So I think in addition to the miniature cannon and the fact that we've got this expose and the fact that the upgrade gives it an additional attack, I've never taken this option. And even though I said I'm trying to like push the streak number. I'm also still just exploring different design space too. Like, you know. I'm going to try transforming a starter card into a pack. And let's go with a strike. Could be interesting. I think it'll be good if it's upgraded, right? All right, we'll take some gold. Upgrade our peck. Good with Envenom? Yeah, could be good with Envenom as well. Absolutely. And I guess let's... Got a thought. Let's see if it turns out. Right, so this will do 5 damage 4 times. So we can't quite kill both, but we don't need to play the strike. Yeah, we'll do peck. Yeah. Cool. Okay, not a big fan of any of these options. I kind of think, and we'll see if this ends up true in the beta branch, but I kind of feel like shivs are a somewhat undeveloped damage type, like they're not super good. I'm almost more interested in Phantom Blades than accuracy. I'm not really sure. I've not actually even ever taken this card. Yeah, I've never taken it. I don't think. Shiv's gaining retain can low-key be a nice benefit for calculated gamble. Right, because you might need to draw into something specific, and just having more stuff in your deck means more cards that you draw with calculated gamble. Right now we get no benefit from any of these. Literally not applying any damage and not doing anything with shivs. Yeah, I think I like Phantom Blades better than accuracy in any case. I'm gonna try it. This will be a run of firsts, I guess. All right, so if we find our peck, we can actually just straight up kill one completely if they're exposed, right? So the first hit will drain the slippery, and then the next 3 hits will just kill from our miniature cannon. So I could be convinced to do expose and then do a neutralize like here. And then 2 strikes will kill this one, and the peck will kill this one. We'll just see what we draw. Okay, that's also fine. Yeah, peck pretty handy here. If only we were facing a Phantom, right? Then peck would be good in that fight too. Okay, Noxious Fume's still good, Don't be confused. Noxious Fumes, still a good card. Still plays into the way Silent probably wants to rock and roll. And if we get up no value from Phantom Blades, that's fine. Even if we get like a tiny bit of value from Phantom Blades, that's totally fine. Even if all we do is use Peck and Phantom Blades as front-loaded damage, and then a poison strategy for, you know, long-term boss killing, all that can coexist very happily. Untouchable is, of course, a great card. I'm not sure if I'd rather have Noxious Fumes or Untouchable. It might just be Untouchable. Pretty nice with a calculated gamble and the way the deck plays right now. I think Noxious Fumes is definitely the best card in this screen, but I'm going to grab Untouchable because I think it's actually kind of what the deck needs. There are more effects that reward multi-attacking if you were the punish it compared to Slay the Spire 1. Yeah. Is that true? I mean, that's definitely, the B-Man is a great example, but is that... How many enemies in Spire 1 were like that? I get the feeling you would have been offered a Shiv card if you took Outbreak in the last reward. Spiker comes to mind. Oh, I suppose. Yeah, I suppose Spiker, but the enemies with spikes, like in Act 3, weren't really that threatening. Maybe they could have been, but... Are you playing on the new patch? Not quite yet. Not quite yet. I'm gonna run the current streak until it dies, and then I'm gonna play the new patch. So I might grab Footwork. I still think Footwork is a great card. Footwork will make the number from Sly higher. I could kind of be convinced to grab Shockwave, but I don't think we need it. I think we've got ways of making enemies weak and vulnerable that I think are valuable. I could grab Hidden Daggers. I think that's okay, given the existence of the Phantom Blades. And then we can grab more Sly cards that also lets Untouchable gain value. I think I'll probably just grab the Footwork, though. Whoa. And could consider buying Poison Stab. Yeah, no Phantom Boss. Exactly. It's just the kin. I think I'll probably pass on that. Pantograph. That's really nice. Alright, so Calculated Gamble looking pretty good here. I might make him vulnerable, then Peck. And probably the Peck and Neutralize, and then play the Calc Gamble. Hopefully find more damage. That's a lot of damage, though, to start. Honestly, maybe I don't even play the Calculated Gamble. Maybe I just strike Survivor. It's probably fine. I just kind of wanted to get the next Peck played by getting through the deck faster, but I suppose we'll get there eventually. Could maybe even be convinced to do the Swift Pot. Right, because the Peck do a lot of damage. It's all the way up to 7. 7 by 4 when they're vulnerable. And we're going to be able to play the Expose again. But I think I'll just do like this. Peck, peck, peck. You're exposed, sir! All right, so we do this for sure, and should be able to kill him with our pack. Counter pact. Got him. So we took Niao Large Capsule. How did we get Phantom Blades? We were offered Phantom Blades, Accuracy, and... Actually, we can look, right? Can't we see? Yeah, Outbreak. And I figured, realistically, with the Vulnerable that we've got in the deck, the fact that we got the Miniature Cannon, the fact that there are some cards that will upgrade Shivs, I was like, screw it. Let's try the Phantom Blades. I've never taken that card. I don't think it's very good. So, I would take another Calculated Gamble, though. So maybe go this way, rest, and then fight another elite, or possibly this way, rest and fight another elite. We have 105 gold. Let's go this way, rest. You've taken it, can confirm it's not good? Well, I actually think just Shivs in general are kind of not fantastic at the moment. Okay, I'm gonna do Footwork, Calculated Gamble. Kind of thinking about just doing a Calculated Gamble, but do it like that. Well. We have to keep in mind we've got our pocket watch. And I think it's worth taking 1 damage to draw extra cards. And let's calculate a gamble to find the pack. We'll also get Survivor for Untouchable. Does the card that draws with Sly still exist? Yes. Yeah, of course we want those. For sure. Footwork, my beloved. After image. Even leading strike? Ugh. I've done a ton of damage with Speedster in past runs. Speedster's been an MVP of mine with calculated gambles and other draw related cards. Yeah, Speedster's a reasonable choice. I'm not sure between Speedster and After Image. It's nice to have some AoE. Just in general. Yeah, Peck is our entire damage, which is actually quite good for the moment, right? I'm gonna go with Speedster. It's a pretty good card. Speaking of AoE, let's go Finesse, Footwork, Speedster, and pass the turn. I'm not going to play this calculated gamble. We're going to let Pocket Watch draw us more cards for next turn. We want to keep that in the hand because, well, we might need it. And here we'll shuffle, and we'll shuffle at an okay time. play 3 strikes. We'll let him put more junk in our deck. Again, I'm gonna leave those calculated gambles. All right, so this will be great. We're gonna play the Peck, then we're gonna calculate a gamble, and blast these fools. Plop, 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 plop. And then let's Survivor an Infection and draw extra with the Pocket Watch. Because all we need to do is find our other calculated gamble that we left in the deck. Bye, nerds. All right, have a colorless pot. Lucky Fish is here. Accuracy, Leg Sweep, Pounce. Leg Sweep is always good. Nothing wrong with Leg Sweep. Pretty happy to add a Leg Sweep to the deck. Totally fine. Another source of weak, I think, is good. Yeah, more powers to make our shivs better. All those shivs. And I actually might want the colorless pot instead of the speed potion, and probably play the colorless pot in the fight against the kin. Might not even need to, though, honestly, with the pantograph. Probably don't need to. But I'm gonna grab it anyway, and let's actually do a combat instead of campfire. And I'm gonna play just those 3, so we can draw more with Pocket Watch. Leave an energy on the table. Yeah, this will just be better. So let's expose, and then if we calculate a gamble... If we speedster calculate a gamble, we'll draw 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that'll do 20, and then this will do 28. Play the neutralize as well. Could get down to 5 cards, that way when we play the pack we can redraw it. That might be kind of nice. So if I'm going to play down to that number of cards, could just simply do... Well, I guess I can't play Leg Sweep if I want to get down to 5 cards. I'd have to play like Footwork Defend. I don't think I want to do that either. Leg Sweep is all the block we need. Could just play Leg Sweep, Calculated Gamble, and then Pack, Neutralize. We're already going to go over on Pocket Watch. So this way we just don't draw more cards, but I guess it's fine. Peck goes back in the draw pile, and we like that. We'd rather draw the extra cards. Hello, Peck. Let's just do Footwork, Survivor, and Defend. Only take 1. Alright, pretty clean fight. Explosive Ampule. I don't think we're going to need it for this fight. Is the colorless pot still better? I kind of think so, because I'm probably just going to focus damage on the kin. I don't know, I guess we have the Speedster. Maybe it's best to gun them down one at a time. Probably grab the old Prepared while we still have access. Haze is also fine, but... It's a pretty feels bad if you're playing it on a turn. Or like, you know, if you don't have anything that, where you get to play it with Sly. Or you draw it and you just don't happen to have those. It just kind of clogs up the deck. I think unless you've got like other support for it, it's not necessary. So I think I like Prepared. You're pretty low on damage. I think the pot is okay for the next fight. Yeah, I mean, I think I like the colorless pot though, as a potential damage source as well. Because it's one that gets shuffled back in, right? We'll probably play the colorless pot. Leading strike is 20 damage for one. Yeah, but it's 20 damage assuming we've got this in play, which, you know, we might just not. So I think the best upgrade overall for the deck is going to be Footwork. The best one for this upcoming fight is Speedster. We're going to be going at the fight with full hit points. I kind of think we can focus damage on the kin in the back and probably be okay. Probably still play the colorless spot. But I'm leaning towards Footwork. Prepared is a nice upgrade. The game upgrade changed, right? It keeps exhaust. I don't remember. Oh, from Spire 1. Yeah, it gains retain. I thought you were talking about maybe in the beta patch. I'm going to upgrade Footwork. It's a really good card. All right, this is a good turn for the colorless pot because we can just play 3 cards. I'm gonna play the bomb. I think that's actually better than Hidden Gem here. So we're already full blocking. So if we're gonna do 40 damage to all enemies, then we'll just focus down the followers. Yeah, Inspire 1, the calculated gamble upgrade is incredibly good. Alright, so I think Speedster, calculated gamble. Could expose the Kin Priest as well. We'll probably end up doing Footwork and then Prepared Untouchable. So actually maybe I don't need to bother doing the Expose yet. And let's weaken this guy. Got him in lethal range. We're good. This fight is already basically over. And play the bomb again? Why not? Why play just one bomb when you can play 2? Alright, let's expose. Calculated gamble to find our peck. Hit him with the peck. Got so many bombs ready to go off. Oh boy. Get the Vanta Blades out of our deck. Yeah. Didn't even really need to play the colorless pot, but we got pretty lucky with it being like a really good card. And he's dead. Echoing Slash, Nightmare, and Afterimage. Nightmaring a calculated gamble after Speedster is in play is pretty sweet. There's other random shenanigans you can do with Nightmare. If we happen to get the Apparitions event, or not event, but Act Reward, obviously Nightmare is good for that. I feel like Nightmare just has more potential than any of the others. Afterimage is good, but I think there's going to be plenty of like pocket watch turns that we alternate between playing tons of cards and then very few cards. Kind of the nature of pocket watch. May as well call it pendulum when you're playing it with the silent. And Echoing Slash is like fine, but I kind of don't get the point of this card, to be honest. Like I don't think it's terrible, but it's like a, you know, 10 damage AoE, which is nice, and maybe I'm just sort of missing the point. And I understand that it like finishes off an enemy and then finishes off the next enemy and then finishes off the next enemy if you can sort of get them at different damage levels. But how often does that really work in practice? I mean, maybe some of the time. I still think Nightmare's got more high-end upside. Oh, don't get me wrong. It's going to be a curse in most fights, but if it's a curse in most fights and then just lets you win the fight that's really hard, that's totally fine. Yeah, I guess the worm, the slash could be cool. For sure, for sure. The old Desicenta Millipede. All right, let's see what our rewards are. You know what's really good is using Nightmare on a Wraith form, as an example. That is a Slay the Spire classic right there. That is a Slay the Spire classic. Is that how Echoing Slash works? Doesn't it also count enemies that have been killed in previous turns? I actually don't know. I don't know. I assumed it was during this card, but maybe it is. I literally don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't think I've ever taken it, so I don't know. All right, I think I like this shop here. And then we've got some choices. Forced elite fight, but I think it's at the end of the act, so probably fine. And then even if we lose a bunch of health, we are gonna have the pantograph before the boss. Time to find out. I'm gonna create a custom and pick the card. Yeah, please, and let me know. Let me know, Animujin. I do want to know the answer to that. Anyway, I think this is pretty obvious. We're gonna go with Wraith form. Like, we have a Nightmare. Like, we have a win con against... So as long as we've got hit points, we have a win con against every fight in the game. Basically. So we just need enough block to not take too much chip damage. Pantograph is going to help with that too, in healing us up before bosses. And then we just need sources of damage. Scaling damage actually is probably better. So some form of poison is usually what that means. Noxious fumes that we didn't take earlier, but that's okay. There's another kind of interesting route along the right side. Hits up a shop earlier. We do have lots of money, so it's like totally reasonable. And then I feel like maybe that gives us a bit more flexibility for choosing to fight elite fights or not. Couple more upgrades this way. Got some nice cards that we want to upgrade. Really like upgrading Prepared, like upgrading Speedster, like upgrading Leg Sweep, like upgrading Neutralize. Maybe I like the Right Path better. I think I do. Yeah, well, we're gonna take a. I mean, you need to get someone to find. Yeah, but that's fine. We'll get the retain power, right? I mean, we already know that we're looking for well-laid plans, and even if we don't find them to perfectly match up, that's okay, right? We can still play Wraith form. We can still do after, you know, Nightmare on something else. Like that, it's correct. I'm pretty confident in that. I'm pretty happy with what I got going on here. Speaking of happy with what I got going on. Ugh. Not very happy with this hand though. All right, probably just play the Wraith form. Oh, that's true. This is a great example of a fight that rewards multi-attacks. Absolutely. And I'm not going to play the Peck, actually, here. I'm going to play the play a defend. because we don't need to... Oh, never mind. I could have played the Peck. Whatever. It does. I mean, it doesn't matter. Didn't really think that through all the way, but it, again. We got Wraith Form active, so who cares? We can do whatever we want. Let's kill him this way. Anticipate was one of the cards that got nerfed in the most recent patch. I feel like my hot take is that my one patch hot take is that this card is good because of, at least partially, the old prepared, and that it maybe didn't need a nerf, but I could completely be wrong on that. So I'm gonna grab this Anticipate. I think it's a good card. All right. Oh, and this is one of the relics I remember seeing got a buff from healing 4 to 5. I don't know. Seems weird to me, but I accept it. So we have a Royal Stamp. We could give something innate and retain. So if we do that, not playing on the new patch, not yet. I want to do this random streak until it splats. And then I'm going to play the new patch. I just want to see how far I can push it. But I will be. So yeah, now we don't need well-laid plans at all. We can just put the Royal Stamp on Wraith Form. Honestly, the Royal Stamp on Wraith Form is really good. Making it innate is insane. Giving it retain is insane. Oh my god, that's right. I can't do that because it's the power. I'm an idiot. Still fine putting it... I've done this before where I've got royally approved thinking I can put it on a power. This is not the first time I've thought I could do that. Don't you think it's more relevant on Nightmare? No. No. I would absolutely 100% never in this planet not put it on Wraith Form. I would absolutely put it on Wraith Form. That way I can play it on turn 1 for the fights where you don't need to Nightmare it. Nightmaring Wraith Form is like a rare need. Alright, let's remove a strike. Okay, so... do I play more than 3 cards? Playing Wraith Form on turn 1 is never going to feel clunky. I would be happy to do it in every single hallway fight from now till the end of the run. Thinking about maybe just doing Expose, Footwork, Untouchable, and playing only 3 cards. Here for Pocket Watch. Yeah, we would just pick up more damage, Rufin. I mean, I'm like... I feel like you're overcomplicating it a little bit, maybe. Alright, let's play the Peck, calculate a gamble to get Speedster. We'll draw extra cards with the Pocket Watch. Ready to peck him down again. Plop, 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 plop. Okay. So now... strike, defend, survivor. But yes, absolutely, this is another fight that rewards multi-attacks. Oh, come on. So let's do... we have to kill him. I'm not going to let that calculated gamble go. Okay. Give me that back. Oh, hey, and we still get the lucky fish from it. That's kind of sweet. Could grab another expose. I don't think we need more than one expose, though I don't think it's terrible. Could also grab a blade dance. If anything, I kind of feel like with Phantom Blades, I'd rather have... Well, maybe not Blade Dance. Maybe Blade Dance is fine. But I'm thinking about combats where we Nightmare the Wraith form. Maybe we just kind of try to get more acrobatics and just play Peck a bunch. Feel really bad about this Phantom Blades. Maybe just should have skipped. I just felt like I was early enough in Act 1 I should just take cards, but I probably should have just skipped. Blade Dance is like still okay. What does it upgrade to? I was gonna say what gives Shivs plus? I don't even know because I've mostly ignored Shivs because they're honestly just not that good. Like what gives Shiv plus? Hidden Daggers will. This I think becomes a lot more reasonable because these Shivs actually attack for 9. And the discard here will let us proc Sly. Yeah, Storm of Steel as well. Storm of Steel actually could be okay. But I think Hidden Daggers, we would grab one of those. That'd be fine. So I think I'm going to skip. I don't think I want another expose either. Whenever you play a power, deal 8 damage to all enemies. We really like playing footwork. Decay isn't so bad. May have an opportunity to get rid of it. I'm gonna do it. I think it's okay. I like the AoE. So now let's upgrade Leg Sweep or Speedster. Could upgrade Nightmare and conceivably on a different turn play like play the Nightmare on, for example, Calculated Gamble, and if we have Speedster in play, just like cycle through the deck, cycle through the deck, cycle through the deck, cycle through the deck, and then just do a bunch of damage that way. Psycho Ling, hello, hello. Upgrading Speedster also pretty okay. I think the deck likes that. Upgrading Leg Sweep always good. I'm gonna upgrade Speedster. We got another upgrade coming up too. All right, let's just Nightmare the Wraith form here. So then we'll basically take like 3 damage each round of combat. I don't know, maybe I Nightmare the Calculated Gamble like I described earlier. Nah. I'm no fool. And I guess I should have played the Neutralize first if I'm going to play it. So let's do that one. And we're only going to play 3 cards. Play the Expose. Alright, Speedster. Footwork Calculated Gamble. May as well block, right? Plop, 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 plop. Oh, shoot, that makes us play... Yeah, I forget that Sly actually is playing a card as well. Wraith Form. Unfortunately, the Decay is here, which sort of sucks. So let's get rid of Decay. This is kind of funny. And I'm going to leg sweep just to gain a tiny pittance of block. And play the Phantom Blades because it does 8 damage to him. And Decay will hit us again. Still a fairly clean fight. You've seen like 50-ish rare cards and not once the Echoing Strike. Maybe the game doesn't want you to see it. Is another leg sweep worth adding to the deck? I don't think it is. I don't think so. I think this is a skip. And I would like to upgrade again. But maybe if rest, then comfortable going this way and fighting 2 elites. None of these upgrades are that exciting. I almost think I'd rather have more random relics. Cloak Clasp. That's really nice with Intangible. Okay. Considering doing Nightmare on the Speedster. And we take a bunch of damage in this first round of combat. No, I probably just Speedster defend. Leave the Nightmare for the Wraith form. So maybe anticipate Survivor the Untouchable. Just need to make sure we draw our cards. There it is. Nightmare Wraith form. And I'm going to play the Prepared to get rid of this stinky Decay. Then we get one more card we can play. So may as well play it. So this is where we're going to really benefit from having Cloak Clasp. Cloak Clasp. Plop, 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 plop. And I don't know that I even play the Neutralize. I don't think so. Full block. Heyo. Got him. Alright, Wraith form, Calculated Gamble. We'll have to hit him with like Pex and stuff eventually. I mean, don't have to, but we will eventually. But we can still do more damage with the Lost Wisp for a little while. We can just keep playing the Wraith forms as we see them. We're never going to block again. With a block card. The ship has already sailed, basically. Oh, we can play one leg sweep. Let's play the Phantom Blades. I guess we play the leg sweep and the Phantom Blades. Because it still actually does provide us some positive block. For now, it's not going to last long. You may not like it, but this is what peak silent gameplay looks like. All right, so we'll have the Peck there. Okay. Incredible, really. What a fight. This is an absolutely unhinged fight against Mr. B's. The B-man, the B-boy. Could take another footwork. Footwork, you know, we're happy to grab any power. Right? Since we have the Lost Wisp. Footwork's still pretty dang nice. Never seen him get to 3 dazes. Yeah, usually you want to end it before then, right? All right. Probably just calculate a gamble already. Get rid of this hand. Try to find something nicer. Could play the Anticipate first. On the assumption we're probably going to play more than 3 cards this turn anyway. The hell is this? So if I just play the leg sweep, is that full block? Oh no, the decay. The decay is here. Well, it's close. It would be if it weren't for that stinky decay. Alright, Speedster, Footwork, and I guess Calculated Gamble will play the Untouchable, which will mess with Pocket Watch. So maybe just Speedster, Calc Gamble. Did play both Calculated Gambles. Might play more than 3 cards. Maybe I'll hit him with the pack. No. So we can anticipate, leg sweep, survivor, neutralize, and block pretty well. We'll be able to kill the Bullbug next turn. Seems okay. Oh, maybe I should have done that the other way around. Definitely should have. Well, no, that's not true. Maybe giving him 2 weaknesses is actually better. Plop. Plop. Alright, pretty close to full block. If you squint and don't think about it too much. And think of taking 6 damage as also having full block. Let's just expose. Oh, that could, I didn't know that mechanic. That makes sense. He becomes unburrowed when he loses all block. Exposed just gets rid of all block. Oh my god. I don't think I've seen that before. That's crazy. I mean, it makes complete sense. So I don't know why I'm surprised. I just hadn't tried that before. That's really nice. No, Tunneler, no. That's fine. We have the power of a Wraith. Plop. Probably skip. I like that Phantom Blades is still better than a strike without any shivs in your deck. It is, actually, that's true. That's true. It's true. It's very funny. I mean, we would like to get some sort of like scaling damage for poison. Snake Bite's okay. I don't think I want to pick it though. A much maligned card. It's totally a fine, pickable, and good card. But I don't think we want it. Yeah, if it had a plus sign next to it, I think we'd take it. I think we have enough. I don't know. Do we have enough damage to deal with Knowledge Demon? I mean, I guess we kind of like have to Nightmare Wraith form. And even then, kind of need some scaling damage, even with the deck as is. Right, because once we play both Calc Gambles after Speedster, we kind of run out of gas. And the Peck is still good, but you know, it's only 20 damage every shuffle. That's not very much, and that's pretty much the only source of damage. Plunking them away 8 damage at a time with the powers doesn't quite do enough. Yeah, exactly. So we've got the Cloak Clasp, making Retain good. Retain also makes Calc Gamble draw more cards. A lot of reasons we like it. Just fine. I think I'm gonna take it, I guess. I think I've convinced myself. I might even upgrade the thing, honestly. Because I think we want to play it against Knowledge Demon. Chunk him away for like 10, 20 HP per turn. What's that card that gives you a 1 shiv per turn? Can't even remember. The hell's it called? Infinite Blades. We would take an Infinite Blades. If you think about using it twice in about 3 turns, the differences between damage between 10 and 7 poisons is massive. Yeah, agreed. Agreed. Right, because you need to accumulate sort of a baseline. And it still is nice scaling damage. I'm actually gonna take it. Or upgrade it rather. Okay. I'm gonna footwork. I'm considering nightmaring the footwork. Yeah, the random Phantom Blades. I mean, it's better than a strike, right? It's better than a strike. Yeah, I think I'm gonna nightmare the footwork here. So we can play 3 powers and kill the Paraphrite, and then full block with Cloak Clasp. Footwork is a damage card. Let's see. Could Speedster Prepared Survivor? Okay, so we could Wraith form here. Could also just like footwork, survivor. This is so stupid. This is such a funny deck. Honestly, I kind of love this. And so, alright, we'll have the Calc Gamble next turn. So let's just do like leg sweep defend. So would you please, I'm telling the devs. Don't tell on Dad. Don't tell Dad. And maybe expose then Calc Gamble, actually. Get rid of his block. Let's just play the Wraith for him. We're gonna kill him. We're gonna kill him. He's gonna die within the next 3 turns. Pecked him to death. Colorless pot instead of speed potion? I kind of think so. Does miniature cannon upgrade this number 2? Probably not, right? There's only one thing for certain, either they are going to die or we are. True. I think if we didn't have a cloak clasp, or excuse me, didn't have a pocket watch, I'd consider the deflect. Like if this number goes up from the miniature cannon, right? If this goes to 8 additional damage for each card discarded this turn, then I think this is a good card to add to the deck. If it's not, then it's pretty bad. Not terrible, but like just kind of bad. That's like an easy 100 damage after a gamble. I mean, so 8 for each one discarded. So calculate a gamble, let's say it discards like 8 cards, which is not as many as possible, but pretty high actually. And 64 additional damage. It's quite a bit. And we could, of course, do something like Nightmare or Calculated Gamble, which is not unreasonable. I kind of want to just know the answer to the question, so we'll probably upgrade it. All right, so we can play 4 energy if we attack, so we could do like neutralize, speedster, leg sweep. Take just a little baby bit of damage. So let's just do footwork, survivor the decay. Oh, I don't know. Kind of want to only play 3 cards. Kind of want to just get to Nightmare the Wraith form. Yeah, so let's do this, that. Excellent. So let's Nightmare the Wraith form, play the Calculated Gamble to get the Untouchable. Yeah. And take some damage here, but then this will be the last time we take damage this fight. Plop. Can calculate a gamble to play this Wraith form if I want. Don't really need to though. Alright, so let's do a Footwork Snakebite. And what? Peck. Calculated Gamble, Memento Mori. I guess technically we could get unlucky and not find a Wraith form and get screwed that way. I guess we just make sure we can play one next turn, guaranteed. No need to create risk where it doesn't need to exist, right? So here we'll just peck, Snakebite, neutralize. And we've only got one more turn of Intangible. Kind of want to get more Snakebite on him. We've just got a little bit, right? We got him with the Snakebite twice. Wow. What an absolutely, utterly unhinged, bizarre, whatever this is we've got going on. Kind of love it. Another Calculated Gamble. Oh yeah, Bowler Hat is one. I think that goes from 20 to 25% I saw from the patch notes. Also, Flick Flack got nerfed, which... just kind of strikes me as strange. It was like one of the weaker Sly cards, like one you'd almost like sometimes not take. I don't know. Let's grab a Calculated Gamble. Yeah, my boy Flick Flack. I know, right? What did Flick Flack ever do? All right, we're gonna see if this works. We're gonna find out. Sure doesn't look like it. Well, that's disappointing. So we're definitely gonna be nightmaring the Wraith form. I think that'll be necessary in this fight. So on this particular round of combat, there's really not that much to do. So I'll probably expose and play Footwork, so maybe I'll play a Colorless Pot. Or, ooh, I guess Omni Slice? Yeah, Catastrophe, hit Wraith form and be sad. Yeah, yeah. Actually, was that even... I should have done the Memento Mori. Alright, Disintegration. Hello, Wraith form. Wraith form, hello. Alright, so we need to play only 3 cards. So let's do... Still think like the Peck is quite a bit of damage, but maybe not. Maybe it's just Neutralize and Survivor and then Defend. Oh, Wraith form. So let's see. Just leg sweep defend. There we are. On the same turn as Speedster though. Alright, so let's just get that done. Don't actually need to play it on this turn, maybe. Because we'll almost certainly have the Calc Gamble next turn, so I think it's actually better to do like Snakebite. Phantom Blades. And I'm going to keep the Calc Gambles. Okay, so now I'm going to do this calculated gamble. Want to find the Wraith form. Didn't find it. But it can at least play Speedster. We'll take some damage. Speedster defend I think is totally fine. Could have picked the right option there. You know, probably could have. Almost never do. So didn't even consider it. But I was thinking as soon as we have the Wraith forms in play, we don't need it. All right, I'm gonna use the Swift Pot. Holy, come on. Wraith forms are really shy here. Flap. Alright, so we'll need to find another Wraith form. And found one. I don't think I've even seen that option ever. I don't think I've ever gone that far. Alright, so we want to get a Snakebite on him. And we'll play Peck. And then we'll play Omni Slice. So I think these are the last two Wraith forms, yeah. Let's play this one. Going places no silent has ever been before? Yes. And I'm going to play the Snakebite before the shuffle. Should be able to get to the other Wraith form. Snakebite actually doing pretty well here. It's the last Wraith form. Do I have to play it? I'd kind of like to... I think we're okay though. I think actually... Okay, I'm okay. I think there's enough damage from the Snakebite, right? Yeah. There is, in fact. So is there another phase to this, or does it end here? Let's find Peck. Let's find out. Well, he's gonna die. I was just gonna say, like, is there another prompt? Minus 22 dexterity? The Hunt. Deal 10 damage. If fatal, gain an additional card reward. Also Envenom. Also Tools of the Trade. These are all good. I like all of these. Huh. Envenom makes the Peck poisonous, which feels thematic. Does this still upgrade the same? Wait, am I having Mandela effect? Inspire 1? Does this do the same thing, or does it go down to cost 1? Actually, I think it is the same thing. I think it is like this. It was cost 1? Okay. I don't think I like tools the most here, actually. I don't think so. I think I like Envenom better. Because I think once we've got the Nightmared Wraith forms, we just need to apply some poison. And then the deck is like solid. And I don't think the deck needs like consistency on the way through. We just need to draw the way through it. And it doesn't get us through that much faster. Like it would let us play more Sly cards, but we don't actually really have that many. Normally I'd go tools here, but I'm actually leaning towards Envenom. Just barely. Just barely. Technically, if you get the Sacrifice Relic, the hunt could represent like 2 relics. The Sacrifice Relic. We're talking about like Pale's Wing. I think that's only an Act 2 reward. Okay. These are not that exciting. The only one that's kind of cute is the Diamond Diadem, which I don't think I've ever taken. Whenever you play 2 or fewer cards in a turn, take half damage from enemies. Right, so there could be a turn where we just simply play Nightmare on Wraith form, and we're like, all right, we're going to take a big hit here, and then we take a smaller hit. But then once we've got Wraith form in play, this doesn't do anything anymore. Any leg sweep turn as well? That's true. Also leg sweep turn. Also leg sweep turn. Brilliant Scarf I feel like is asking too much out of the deck. Yeah, I mean, it seems reasonable here. Brilliant Scarf, after the 5th card you play each turn is free. That's like cute. I think that could be kind of relevant with the calculated gambles and stuff like that, but I don't know. So do be careful, she looks horny for your pecker? She does. That's right. Maybe the pecker is horny for her too. But she can't even see. But she maybe doesn't need to. All right, I think if there's any deck that's going to do the Diamond Diadem, I think this is it. And I think we want to route through here, go to a shop, maybe hit up a second shop. We definitely want to do some card removal. All right, so we Wraith form. Plop. And let's Nightmare the Calculated Gamble. Then we're going to play Speedster and go crazy. Speedster, hello. Surely we'll draw one of our many calculated gambles here, right? That'd be so sad if we didn't. Almost didn't. Are you kidding me? What a fun way to kill the enemies. Okay. I guess I don't add another footwork. Footwork does do 8 damage. It is better than a strike. Probably don't, though. Which is very funny. It's just a skip. Alright, let's create a custom card. There is a power that lets you upgrade a card at the end of combat. Is one of the potential options here. It could also do the one where powers cost less. Which actually I think is probably pretty good. I think we want to make a power. I think Mad Science is okay, but I think I like Curious better. The power making powers cost less? Sure. What's the difference between skip and sacrifice? Would you do one or the other? Sacrifice is enabled by one of the... by Pale's Wing, one of the artifacts from the start of an act. And once you have Pale's Wing, I think you just always sacrifice instead of skip. I can't imagine why you would ever not want to sacrifice. All right, we're definitely not giving him Pantograph. We give him a Strength Potion. That's fine. A Venerable Tea Set. Fun. I think we like Anchor with the 3 question marks. Right, there's no reason why we wouldn't want that, right? Other than just don't need it. And Happy Flower with 3 question marks, also always fine. Maybe there's a specific relic that ruins your deck and you don't want to take a chance. Yeah, maybe you've got like a self-damaging Ironclad and you really can't risk getting a Tungsten Rod. I guess. Are there other scenarios? Not that I can think of. I don't know that I even grabbed the Anchor with 3 question marks. I didn't mean to sidetrack. No, it's a good question. You did a great sidetracking. I love the question. Can we even kill a 75 HP dummy? Like, actually? Nightmare the Snakebite? Or just Snakebite Footwork? Might actually not be able to do the 75 HP Battle Friend. Okay, Speedster's here. Okay, no, we can do it. All right, Distilled Chaos is good. Would never have been able to do the 150 damage one, which is pretty funny. Ugh. Hate these guys. There's a piece of me that kind of wants to just Distilled Chaos here. That wasn't it. All right, I'm gonna calculate a gamble. Found Wraith form, but is it better to play the Speedster actually? Might be. I don't know. Maybe not. Don't have the Calc Gamble anymore. Maybe play the Wraith form? Thinking about playing the Peck is the thing, because it's a lot of damage. So maybe Speedster Peck. I think he might take a lot of damage this fight. Yeah, I think so too. I don't think we'll take that much more past this turn though. One footwork, then this, then a leg sweep. Oof. Yeah, I think we want to get the pocket watch to roll. So play leg sweep. Okay, play the prepare. Maybe just Envenom and then stop. Pocket Watch and Diadem. We'll gain 6 block, but we'll only get hit for, I guess, 6 total is how that'll work, I suppose. These will all disappear. Maybe play the Defend then instead. We just let Envenom fall off. I think that's actually okay. Alright, so calculate a gamble and they're dead. At least dead enough that we can play the Wraith form. Totally fine. So let's Nightmare something maybe? Maybe not. Maybe it's just Snakebite, Memento Mori. Peck, prepare the untouchable. I guess Peck really doesn't do that much, huh? I guess the footwork does more damage. Like, actually? Just Nightmare the footwork. Still takes 0. Plop, plop, plop. Footwork is a damage card. Snecko Skull is here. Envenom looking like it'll make damage pop off pretty nicely. Ooh. I think the deck takes an untouchable. Or does it? Maybe it doesn't. I don't think it does. I think we skip. Snecko Skull's free upgrade for Envenom. It is. Festive Popper! Yeah, let's rest because I don't like sitting at 30 some HP. And let's go shopping! Upon pickup, enchant up to 3 cards with Adroit. The droid gain 3 block. Alright, let's card remove this Decay. Get out of here, Decay. Hidden Daggers is here. I don't even think... I still think we still don't bother. Now that we've got Envenom. Like, who cares? We'll just peck our way to victory. That deck is massive. Remembering the tiny Necro deck yesterday for like 6 cards. Yeah, 9. 9 cards. This is, I would say, a more normal sized deck. This is more how I would like the game to be. Extra retain cards are kind of interesting. They do make the calculated gamble calculate more. Ricochet is some poison damage too. It is. I kind of feel like the Gambler's Brew is super good, and that might be one to hang on to all the way to the boss fight. Yeah, the Chowster's asking the real questions. I think this Gambler's Brew is like good on many different axes. So could just grab that and then go shopping again. Hang on to some money. All right, let's make the Nightmare cheaper. Or, I mean, I guess this is pretty all right too. I'm gonna go with making the Nightmare cheaper though. All right, so let's Nightmare or Leg Sweep or Footwork. Footwork, Leg Sweep, or just many options under the rainbow. We just need, let's be real, we just need to get to Wraith Form. Salvo was kind of interesting for the retain. What is Salvo? Salvo? The hell was Salvo? Oh yeah. Nah. Do you have a relic for healing, or are you resting every now and then? Nah, nothing. Well, we've got the Pantograph. So yeah, we've got the best healing relic in the game. All right. I'm wondering if I need to get the Envenom in play. So I'm kind of thinking about doing like Envenom, Leg Sweep, letting the Diadem take place. I think that's going to be the play. All right. Mad Science, Speedster, Peck, or let's prepare and see what we draw. Okay. Still gonna leave it at 3. I guess he's gonna put the 4 cards on there. Yeah. There it is. Easy. When in doubt, just oh, those still do full damage. When in doubt, Wraith it out. Alright, so let's do this one, this one, this one. Let's play the Calc Gamble. Excellent. Wanted to find another one of those. But yeah, I agree. The pillow may be better than Pantograph in this game. I could see that. Alright, still need to get more poison on him. Speaking of... Flap. Alright, I guess we're good now. What a fun, absolutely bizarre deck. Absolutely bizarre. Acro is here. We like Acro. We like acrobatics. First acrobatics we've seen. All right. Card remove, noxious fumes. Probably. What does this do upgraded? Okay. But yeah, probably just card remove, noxious fumes. Is Singing Bowl even in this game? I don't think it is it? I don't think I've seen it, if it is. Love me a Singing Bowl. But yeah, I think Noxious Fumes. And I kind of like the Clarity Extract. So I think I'm going to leave the potions as is. I mean, the other bowl? Oh, Ripple Basin? Yeah, Ripple Basin's kind of nice. I agree. Not as good as the Carter move, but I like Ripple Basin quite a bit. All right, so we're going to heal to full with the Pantograph. I honestly am kind of thinking about just doing this Mad Science, making it an 8. Or would I rather upgrade the Envenom? Honestly, this is pretty good, isn't it? With this deck, I really like this. I guess it doesn't, it probably can be played sometime during the first shuffle and it's fine. Could even consider upgrading Acro. I'm gonna go with Envenom though. I'm not convinced that was right, but I think there were a bunch of reasonable options. Well, speaking of reasonable options. All right, so we Nightmare the Wraith form, and that's the game. Got him. Probably need to play the Envenom though. The jump from 2 to 3 is better than 1 to 2 for poison, I think. Explain yourself. So if I play the Envenom, we will actually do pretty good block. Not quite full block, but close enough that I think that's the last damage we take. Let's play the Mad Science. We'll do the Peck back here on the Queen. And then probably the Snake Bite back on the Queen as well. Alright, might play calculated gamble. Do want to make sure we get a shuffle in. And I'm thinking about playing the Noxious Fumes, but we may have something else we want to play instead. I'd rather play the Noxious Fumes. But need to play one of the Wraith forms. Yeah, I know we had 2 calc gambles, but I was thinking, well, that's fine. Alright, so let's Snake Bite back here. Play both Footworks. And pass the turn. One poison is 1 damage, 2 poison is 3 damage, and 3 poison is 6 damage. I suppose, I kind of see what you're saying, though I think that's kind of a weird way to think about it. Poison is so interesting as a source of damage because you have to almost like have a target end turn in mind, like number of turns to consider for poison before you can properly calculate how much you're actually getting out of it. So it's never quite as simple as just like, oh, take the total number of poison applied and then, you know, do your, I don't know, whatever the name of that formula is called. But it's also not quite so simple as just saying like, oh, you know, you only do 1 extra point of damage from going 2 to 3. Like it's more, but also less. It's an interesting problem, actually. All right, so I'm gonna go Wraith form, Phantom Blades to get it out of the deck, then we peck here. Because we need to start getting more damage, poison damage on that boy. And I want to get that Speedster in play. Squigs, hello, hello. So let's expose Noxious Fumes. And I might Acro here. Or maybe Wraith form Calculated Gamble and play the Memento Mori. Or, honestly, maybe Calculated Gamble, Memento Mori Peck. I think we got enough turns left. And that's a lot of damage. Yeah, we definitely, yeah, that was definitely correct. If I'd spent a little time thinking about it, could have got there. But why think? Thinking sucks. Didn't quite find our Snake Bite. But I guess this just does not quite end the fight. I guess I took 1 point of damage that I didn't need to. It's 1 short. Well, don't I feel foolish? So took 1 unnecessary point of damage. Test subject C77. All right, Mad Science and Speedster seem pretty good to me. Get lethal with the Calc Gamble too? Yeah, it's best not to think about these things. Yeah, we healed the 25 on each boss. Yeah, this relic is super good. So might just do Mad Science Speedster, end turn. Definitely playing that one. Realistically, I think this fight is pretty much over. We're gonna let the diadem take place. But alright, let's Envenom. And then Peck. And Leg Sweep. There she is. There's my beautiful little wraith form. And probably have lethal this turn. And by probably, I mean... do. May as well play the expose, because I actually kind of want that out of the deck. Plop. Okay. Wraith form. Footwork. Peck. Peck carried this run. What a fun journey this particular Spire Slay was. What a fun deck. What a fun deck. Peck needs a nerf? Boy, we find one situation where Peck is finally good, and the pitchforks come out asking for nerfs? This is why we can't have nice things. Very nice MTG control deck vibes. Control deck. Magic the Gathering. But I know what you're saying, and I kind of agree. Basically, I'm allowed to have fun, and my opponent is not. Right? We just say no. We have a just say no deck. Just say no to the enemy. Make them a sad wizard. It's my favorite Magic the Gathering art. Hold on. My very favorite Magic the Gathering art. This is important. Yeah, hold on. It is this card right here. I absolutely love the Sad Wizard. Absolutely love Sad Wizard. Sad Wizard is my favorite. He looks broken? Right. He's a broken sad wizard. All right. Nice run. Streak goes up to 4. How far can this be pushed? We shall see. Annoying wretch, be gone! The Architect is mean. Yeah, that was fun. I don't know. That deck came together in a way that was unlike any of the silent runs that I've done so far. I actually don't know that I've had the opportunity to take Wraith form yet. I'm sure I have. All right, I'm gonna use the restroom real quick, and then we're gonna do another. All right, be back in just a moment. Okay, I'm back. Okay, how is Snakebite not garbage? All right, let's talk about how Snakebite is not garbage. So, we'll take this run as a specific example, and then I'm going to elaborate all the other ways that Snakebite is not garbage. This card is fine. It is maligned, and I don't understand it. I don't understand it. I'm going to also say that here's when I knew that I had to just stop going to the Slay the Spire subreddit entirely, which I knew wouldn't last long anyway. But there were people going crazy about not even if, but how this card needed to be nerfed because it was too strong. Almost like it's a foregone conclusion. I don't even think this card's very good. I think Snakebite is a better card than Knife Trap. Unironically, completely serious. This card sucks. But here's the deal. Let's just look at this run as an example. Snakebite. Retain, apply poison 10. Unupgraded to 7. So, let's just look at how much damage is 7 poison compared to other damage commons, right? If you look at it like damage per mana, you know, you get your 7 plus 6 plus 5 plus 4 plus 3 plus 2 plus 1. Now, as I mentioned with apples and fruits earlier, it's not quite that simple. You can't say it's going to do that much damage because it depends on how long the combat's going to go from the time you apply the poison, right? But the damage, even if let's say it is, let's say it's only 2 turns. Let's say it's only 2 turns. 13 damage for 2 mana isn't terrible for a common. Even just 2 turns. That's not unreasonable. Right, through block. Yeah, through block. The fact that it has retain is awesome early on. One of the ways that you can get screwed in the little fights against like the little, I don't know the names of the enemies yet. Wish I could open up the bestiary. But a lot of the early fights, the enemies alternate between blocking and buffing, and then attacking. Blocking and buffing, then attacking, like the Nibbit. Snakebite smooths out your deck. You might draw all of your strikes on the turn when he's attacking, and then you're going to draw all of your defends on the turn when he's blocking. With Snakebite, you can at least still play those attacks, still play those strikes on the turn when he's attacking, and then apply a really nice lasting damage effect on the enemy on the turn when he's blocking because it has retain. Retain is great. It smooths out what your deck can do, and thus it lets you take more lower variance, like risk tolerance. In this particular run, we had a cloak clasp. So having a card with retain was just 1 passive block every single turn. And we had so much defensive stuff going on in this particular situation, just because of Wraith form, that all we needed was just some poison we could apply. So in that case, it was perfect. It was long-term good damage over the course of the entire poison's lifespan. This card did so much for this deck, actually. It was an important part of defeating the Knowledge Demon, and realistically, later on, it was kind of less relevant as we found, once we found Envenom, right? But I think Snakebite is well designed, a strong card, and interesting. I don't know. It's a common, right? So you shouldn't expect it to be, like, I'm not going to pick it over something better, right? Like, but for a common card, it's maybe better than the average common card. I'll go so far as to say. right? And yeah, as Apples and Fruit says, it doesn't go back into your draw pile. You can control that, right? So in the fight against the Knowledge Demon, there were times I'm like, I'm about to shuffle. Let's play the Snakebite. But in a parallel universe where I found some other form of damage where I didn't need Snakebite, I could say, I'm about to shuffle. Let's not play Snakebite. Keep it in the hand. All right, the Regent. So we have a win streak of 4. Let's see if we can make it 5. Regent is totally changed in the upcoming patch, which I'm going to play as soon as we splat. If we splat. So could go up through this way. Could bypass the shop too. Could go up through here. But boy, I don't really like that long windy path without the option of resting in case things go poorly. I feel like I like this better. Then up through here. And then have to face an elite, but seems a lot more reasonable at that point. Silver Crucible has treated me very well. So I might just grab that again. I think the Regent very, very, very highly wants to thin his deck out. Played a seed yesterday where you had only one road available at first somehow. Oh yeah, that happens. Or where it like converges into one point in the middle. Yeah, that happens. I'm gonna go Silver Crucible. This has exceeded my expectations every time I've taken it. All right, let's do Falling Star, Strike, Defend, Defend. And probably should Venerate, get our stars back. Plop, plop, plop. I really like this guy's animation. It's very cute. Glow is here. We click this one. This is just really nice. Not only is it, even if we don't go infinite, we want to be able to generate stars. So. And let's attack the back, Corpse Slug. All right. Good fight. Yuck? No, I think this is good. I'm just deciding between the pale blue dot and the guiding star. Pale blue dot has not performed super well for me, but guiding stars I think is pretty good. So if we draw 3 extra cards, we'll draw our whole draw pile, meaning we could Venerate Falling Star and still Defend, Defend. So I'm going to do Guiding Star, Defend, Defend here. I think I just don't play the Glow. So now, probably just play both defense, especially since we're weak. Let's see what glow draws. Alright, I think he's dead next turn. And by I think, I mean I'm confident he's not. Defend, Guiding Star. Didn't have enough stars to play the Falling Star and Guiding Star. Alright, Venerate, Guiding Star, Strike. Blast. Second glow is here? Okay. Alright. Well, this streak might go up to 5 as long as we're careful. Alright, let's glow, Guiding Star. May end up needing to use a fire pot in this particular fight, we'll see. So we'll make him vulnerable with the Falling Star. So could do Guiding Star Strike and then just use a fire pot. Kind of thinking about just doing that. Plop. Pretty sure this is a skip. We just need to find literally one card for infinite. So. And then card removes. So. Gamble is bad? What is gamble? I'm not even sure what card you're... Oh, whatever that one is. I think I know what you're talking about. We don't, I mean, no, it's a good card, but we don't need this. This is unnecessary. Plus, we also just don't need more star generation in general, even if ignoring the infinite stuff. We need star payoffs. So I could upgrade Falling Star, or honestly, I could, like, the upgrade for Falling Star is kind of garbage, a little bit. But we do need something to be able to kill the Lagavulin Matriarch. This is honestly kind of terrible. So we can do 13/6/6 and kill that guy. No. That is 25, which is not quite lethal. Disaster. Let's take 3. Caw-caw! So let's glow. Falling Star. I guess Strike. Kind of want to find the Guiding Star, because the next turn's draw isn't going to have enough block. Easy. Just get lucky. Just get lucky. And defend, Falling Star, Strike, kills. And no damage taken. This is not the payoff I was hoping for. So we're in a balancing act. We want to go towards the degeneracy of removing cards, but we also do need to beat Lagavulin Matriarch. Quasar is kind of terrible, honestly. Like, pretty terrible. But being able to choose a colorless card for the boss fight might be fine. Crush Under is interesting because we are going to be forced to fight an elite. And the frog pretty much kills us. Yeah, there's a lot of colorless boss solves. Exactly. So I think Quasar, despite the fact that I really don't like this card, gets us through the Lagavulin Matriarch. Alright, so we have 19 damage we can put on that guy. Take 9. Could consider using a skill pot. The two-tailed rats fight really sucks. I think I'm gonna hold off. Alright, so can kill that guy. So I think just do. Alright, can't let him bring more friends. Second skill potion is here. This card seems just sort of bad. Like, this is just so slow. Like, this card feels terrible to me. And maybe I'm missing something. But such a small delta in strength just simply seems bad. Just simply seems bad for the cost. Considering grabbing a second Guiding Star. I think Guiding Star is like kind of cute. But really just want to thin the deck down. Unupgraded is a lot worse than the upgraded. Might just skip. I think I'll skip. Yeah, a lot of resources. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I know what you're saying, apples and fruits. And yeah, that's exactly. All right, let's use a... Okay. Bundle of Joy will disappoint me, and I know that. I know that going into this. I'm going to click it anyway. Equilibrium is fine. So let's see, this... Oh, God. I was hoping for some sort of, like, I don't know, the bomb. I don't know. And then a strike on, I guess, the one with the lowest hit points. Why do they hit so hard? So can do Guiding Star, Strike, right? 13 plus 12. I'm nervous about this because we're going to be giving him strength. Yeah, I don't know. We at least have this guy on his like debuff turn. So we're going to glow because we want a Falling Star. So Falling Star 11 plus 18. Yeah, that is enough. Guiding stars here, but we don't have the... Yeah, so we will be able to, though. So let's do glow. Probably the guiding star. Could also do falling star strike. I guess we can look at our draw pile and know the correct answer, right? So falling star strike will be 20 damage, but in the draw pile is only 6 with the glow. However, if we do... Guiding Star, it's less damage, but we draw more cards. So this will do 13, which will put him at 16. So then we need Glow to find Falling Star. Yeah, because we won't have enough energy for 3 strikes. So I suppose the best play here is Falling Star Strike. And then we're gonna play the Strike, then the Glow. Holy shit. Actually, hold up. No, okay. 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 Neutron Aegis and Stardust are both reasonable here. Yeah, these are both reasonable. Still kind of strapped for stars? Not really. We got 2 glows. We don't have a hidden cache or anything. I don't think we have enough for like Stardust level payoff though. Yeah, that last fight was kind of like we weren't able to play Venerate because we had to play the strikes. Like we were pretty focused on like really specific damage sequences though for the 3 slug dudes. Stardust is a really nice payoff. And Neutron Aegis it's totally fine. Yeah, I heard about that just heard about that. One thing Stardust has going for it is we could find ourselves in a situation where we have either patter or terraforming that we add. And in that case, all we need to do is, you know, build up a decent amount of stars. Kind of makes some of the turns awkward because we can't play, for example, Guiding Star and won't be able to make them vulnerable with a Falling Star ahead of time. But with Vigor, a card like Stardust can just do a big schmack to an enemy like Lagavulin Matriarch. Regardless, I guess Quasar is probably going to be the payoff for that. I think I'm going to hold off for now. Neutron upgrade is 11 block. I don't even know what it is. Yeah, which is pretty good. Ooh, oh, right before a shop. I love this event. Like, I think it's pretty good. But unfortunately, I don't want to spend any gold because I want to find solutions for AoE in case this is the frog enemy, and also maybe a little bit of help for Lagavulin, and really want to do a card remove for the long-term prospect of the deck. So unfortunately, I'm not going to feast. I'm just going to observe the chef. But I love feasting. I think my game's broken. Hidden gem? Nah. Hidden gem is fine. Fine for the Lagavulin Matriarch. I don't want to get in the way of the card remove is the thing. Card remove's kind of more important. Like long term. Hidden gem doesn't solve for the frog fight. Radiate does. If this was the balance patch, you could buy the bag. I know, because they lowered the prices, what, 20%? Something like that? Or 20? Was it 20% or 20? Or is it a different number entirely? No, I think I'm going to grab Radiate, because I want some form of AoE, again, just in case we face the frog. So I'm going to go Radiate and card remove. How is Ultimate Strike? Not quite as good as the artwork portrays. Yeah, I'm gonna go Radiate card remove. Oh, this guy. So could Venerate and Neutron Aegis. And then Strike, I guess that's the play. This guy got nerfed in the balance patch. Good lord, yeah, I mean, this guy's a nightmare. Alright, so let's glow. And probably Guiding Star Strike. I'm not gonna do the Falling Star. Glow and then Radiate's actually a pretty good damage source. So we can do the Falling Star here, Radiate, a single strike, and then the big strike. That seems pretty good. And do I want to glow? I think so. Yeah, so Radiate is not good for the Matriarch. Radiate is good for fights like, I guess, for example, this one. And do I have lethal? I guess I do. Terraforming is here, which could be interesting. You liked everything you saw in the balance patch except for butchering your boy Prepared? Nah, Prepared needs a nerf. I'm glad that Prepared got nerfed. The only things that stood out to me as weird in the balance patch were some of the fight reworks. There were a handful of those that were goofy. I'd have to look at the patch notes again to remind myself exactly what they were. Yeah, Terraforming Radiate, definitely interesting. The problem with a card like Terraforming, though, is that, like, you know, you play any attack and you can't choose to hang on to your vigor. It has to go into the next attack you do. Oh yeah, no, the Doormaker change is good. We need more enemies like that in the game. This run is gonna demonstrate why. Now let's grab the Terraforming. Excuse me? I guess Terraforming is kind of like the same damage as Strike. So let's glow. Then we're gonna glow to Falling Star Radiate. I guess we can also do the Venerate. Venerate, Falling Star, Radiate. It's a lot of damage. Guess I could Quasar too. Just to see what we get. Dramatic Entrance. And then I think he's dead. Yeah. Gather Light. I'm gonna grab a Gather Light. One Gather Light. Yeah, Gather Light is nice here. Agreed. I want to use a potion in this fight to try to make it 0 damage. Not going to use one on this turn. But it'll be interesting to decide what to use and where, because I could see it being either one. Might just be the skill potion here. Decisions. I'm gonna play the decisions. And probably pick a glow. And just gain a ton of the blue energy. Letting us play like the Neutron Aegis, the Quasar, stuff like that. We're glowing. So we can certainly like, you know, this is just gonna get played for sure. This one's gonna get played for sure. And then probably Terraforming Radiate, I guess, but maybe we don't even need to do that. Actually, that's not gonna need to do that at all. Could Terraforming at the end of the turn though, maybe? But I guess probably won't, because we're gonna need a block. Let's see what Quasar gets us. Catastrophe? Actually, Catastrophe is probably kind of good here. Just like to add to the deck in general. Not really good on this turn. Alright, so just Radiate, Defend. Defend Terraforming, because we're already full blocking. Catastrophe. Works for me. Let's see what this gets. We've got a bunch of blue stars here. Jackpot! The problem with this card is you're not adding it where he plays for free. You're just adding it. Okay, so we are full blocking here. Could use a fire pot. Should have used a fire pot. Should have used a fire pot. Well, maybe not. I don't know. We'll have it for the next fight. Alright, what could Catastrophe hit? I could hit some good stuff. So if it hits the glows, we get to play the cards we need. If it hits defends, we're fine. If it hits the Falling Star, we're happy. Okay, so Flash of Steel, yeah, we're good. The whole colorless thing Regent has going on perplexes you? Are they good? Yeah, it perplexes me too. Okay. Hidden Cache is just a really good card. I am worried about Lagavulin Matriarch though. A little bit. Alright, definitely need a rest here. And this could be a splat, right? This could go poorly. Can't play the Guiding Star. Just have to play the Terraforming, and we're gonna build up the Tuning Fork. So I'm gonna play the Quasar. This is a card that, you know, could do something for us in this fight. How often will Panache go off? Some of the time. Some of the time. Okay, we get one more turn. So do we wake him up? I think we wake him up. And by him, I mean her. But she's gonna wake up anyway. Alright, so let's play the Quasar, see what we get, see what our options are. I suppose I'll go with the Omni Slice. And let's play the Glow. We're gonna play the Neutron Aegis. Gonna play the other Glow. I'm hoping to find Falling Star here. So I can play Neutron Aegis and then the Omni Slice. We'll let Panache proc. Plop. So blocking for 15. Could end up with Radiate next turn, which makes me a little bit tempted to use the Energy Pot and just do Hidden Cache Terraforming. And then Radiate will hit big. It's like a 50-50-ish chance. Right, because that'll be 6, and then at least those 3. And even if we hit something else, that's fine. We need to get more damage in. She's, she needs to die. Damn. So do I keep the Vigor stacks or do I spend them? I guess actually spend them. Because we're going to play the Falling Star to make her vulnerable. We dead? I don't think we're dead. We're just... We're fine. We're not fine. We might be dead. So here we just play everything. All right, let's glow, see what we draw. Found the Quasar, let's see what this can be. Hidden Gem could give one of these replay, that's not very exciting. Catastrophe could play them both, that's not very exciting. Entropy is not very exciting, but I guess it's maybe the highest or best upside. Certainly a weird one. I think this card kind of sucks. Just to be honest. I mean, I guess giving Hidden Gem, you know, giving any of these replay, I suppose it's fine. But it's, yeah, the defend, of course. Not the one we wanted. So I'm going to play the Terraforming, then the Omni Slice. At least tunes up the Tuning Fork. Ruh-roh. At least the replays will let Panache proc. And give us the Tuning Fork that we need. So now, is it... It's definitely the guiding... Like, this gets played for sure. And probably just the gather light. Plop. Damn. I was thinking about whether I wanted to play the Hidden Cache, because I was like, maybe we'll get a good Radiate. Damn. I feel like I kind of need to find that Hidden Gem in Quasar. Quasar, what you got for us? Catastrophe? Just to hit the Hidden Gem again? Or Production? Yeah, not the Gambit. Unless... No. No. I mean, it full blocks this turn. How could it be bad? We do actually have a lot of damage in hand, potentially. Right? Because we can Falling Star... Glow, Radiate. Right, so he'll be vulnerable. We'll gain 4... Excuse me, I guess Falling Star... Oh, no. Yeah, no, never mind. Never mind. I was thinking Terraform. And we're still going to end up doing the Terraform Radiate. So it'll be 7, right? 7 by the number of energy blue energy we gain. So maybe it's Production. Oh, God. And so if we choose Production, it's quite a bit of damage, isn't it? All right, so we just need to play the Terraforming before the Radiate, but we can play the Glow earlier. Yeah, I wanted to know if we'd find the Omni Slice. Okay. So we're going to do Falling Star, Omni Slice, Venerate, Terraforming, Radiate. I am invincible. All right, 7 stars is a reasonable card to add to the deck. And then I'm going to try to avoid adding any more. We want to thin this baby down. We need to be a thin boy. But this is a pretty nice one. The rest of these are garbage. All right, Tez Katara, it which feeds the fire. Very hot cocoa, only good if we have the glows in the opening hands. Otherwise, probably go with the wax relics. So I want to go shopping. I think the deck's actually kind of okay against Act 2 elites. I guess we're pretty bad against the bee lady, huh? Unless Quasar gives us something nice. Hot cocoa probably great after a remove or two. Yeah, I think it doesn't become good until a remove or 6. I'm gonna go with the toy box probably. And I don't know if we can do this left path. I mean, I guess it's skip, but then have to fight one. I think the bee lady just kills us. A lot of the hallway fights kill us too. That's the whole act without another campfire. So maybe I'd rather go this way. And then presumably one of these will be a shop and we'll find some sort of solution for an elite by the time we reach there. I'm gonna go with the wax relics. Wax strawberry seems pretty good, huh? That one will go on the left side. I don't think you lose the hit points. Right now, Mummified Hand doing literally nothing for us. Almost nothing. I guess Neutron Aegis, but very little. I don't anticipate that changing too much. Akabeko surprisingly could be the best one here. Sir? Alright, so Gather Light Defend will block for a bunch. Gather Light Hidden Cache still blocks for 14. Let me just play them all. What are you gonna take? You can have it? He can have it! You know what? He can have it. He can have it! Alright, let's do 15 damage to all enemies 7 times. I mean, we're still gonna do that. In fact, let's make it bigger. Oh, I can't afford it. Oh my god. No! I'm an idiot. Okay, we can radiate. We can radiate. We're fine. Alright, we're gonna leave this behind. I'm not taking this back. Alignment is here. Alright, so the full infinite combo is in place. We literally have everything we need to do an infinite once we trim down, once we're able to purge. All right, so alignment plus 2 glows, you set, you golden. And then all you need is just like one of the many millions of payoffs, kind of like radiate, to just exist. So we're gonna do card remove. And we're gonna remove a strike. I was hoping that we'd see one of the cards that lets us transform / remove cards in hand. Infinites are so lame, thank God the devs are trimming them. Oh, I agree. right, let's glow. And... Seven stars, my beloved. Let's see. Neutron Aegis could get lucky and just hit the 7 stars. It could happen. In an alternative timeline. Okay, so we are full blocking already. So might do the terraforming because we got a pretty nice looking radiate. Potentially. Hell yeah. So it only hits twice. That's as good as it's gonna get. So we just do that. It was still good, right? Okay, and we've got our tuning fork on 9. Skip. Patter is nice in the deck right now. I like this card, but we skip. Okay, we just block a bunch. Let's hang on to our vigor. So I'm just gonna do Hidden Cache Defend. How's Slay the Spire 2 so far? Oh, wonderful. So I'm not going to play the Falling Star here. Or the alignment. Alright, so we can glow here. And when we glow, we've got the 7 stars. Goodbye, Strawberry. Skip. Okay, it's either Neutron Aegis or 7 stars. I think that's the upgrade here. Neutron Aegis giving us more plating, 7 stars, making it so that, like, in our opening hand, for example, if we have a glow, and then either a glow or venerate, then we're able to play 7 stars. And since we've got our Wax Akabeko, that's a lot of damage. But we could also just simply Neutron Aegis, because it's much better when it's upgraded. And this is a much more likely one that we're able to play when we see it. At least in the first shuffle. Alright, I don't think we need to bother with the Lost Wisp. We've only got the one power. This carried our last run as silent, but we're just going to search the nearby area. A shop! This is a way of trimming the deck, but not a very fast one. Right, Begone is pretty slow. It's pretty slow. So I think we just remove a strike. A meal ticket. All right. Infested Prism. Speaking of Neutron Aegis. How do you like the upgrade lamp? I haven't felt justified in taking it yet. So I just simply haven't. I think it seems fine, but it's so hard to not take any damage. And if you're not taking damage, you probably are already winning. So I don't know. Thinking about using the stable serum here. Just playing the Venerate. Because I'd like to play 7 stars. Guess still not going to be able to, probably, huh? We do retain for 2 turns, though. Might be enough. I guess it will be, right? Because we got the hidden cache in the drop pile, huh? Take that back. I think we're actually there guaranteed, since we have the 1 more turn of retain. Does that mean I want to play the alignment? Probably not. I guess it lets us play the Gather Light. And we're going to gain 3 next turn. That's still enough. Yeah. Because we just glow. All right, 21 damage to all enemies 7 times. It's pretty good. 17 damage to all enemies gain 5 times. Will this actually go higher? I guess it will, because we can Venerate to make this go up to 7 times. And we can Terraforming still with our energy to make it go up to higher damage number. So that's actually better. So this will hit 7 times for 23, which is 161. And then we can Falling Star afterwards. And we still actually have the blue energy. So I guess that's the play. Pretty good. No, we didn't want to do Falling Star first. Oh, no, Falling Star before Vigor. I guess we would lose some of the Vigor, but I suppose the more Vigor... What were we at? I guess because we had 6 plus 8. 1 Vigor and 1 Echo. I think probably this order was better, but it might not have been. I would like to avoid taking the Gamma Blast. I think I can. And let's upgrade. Maybe, honestly, the Terraforming. I'm kind of feeling like the way we're going to beat the Kaiser Crab is going to be by just, like, building up Vigor for 1 big attack. Is this the furthest you've gotten with Chair Guy? Seems like you always exit early with him. Oh, we had a couple false starts yesterday, but no, I mean, I'm on Ascension 10, right? I've beat Ascension 10 with him, just not on stream. do terraforming. I think that will actually be best. 7 stars is kind of reasonable. But this terraforming is actually doing pretty well for us. I'm gonna take some time to choose one of two because we actually actively don't want Bing Bong. But either of the other two are like fine. Yeah. These are whatever. We don't need or want Bing Bong. So we're gonna choose the Daughter of the Wind. It's big whatever. Big whatever energy. Alright, let's hold on. There's cards we want to remove. But Neutron Aegis isn't one of them. Defend is. I love bridges. Purity is here. Purity is here. And I think we upgrade Purity. Lovely. Well. Well. Honorable mention for Child of the Stars or whatever it's called would have been a totally reasonable proposition. All right, so let's think. I don't think I have Purity here quite yet. These aren't exactly perfectly what we want to get rid of yet. We're close, but we're not there yet. So let's make sure we face this direction, at least for this turn. Want to find our Neutron Aegis. Thinking hurts? Sometimes. I'll just play a defend. So we're going to Guiding Star face this direction. Take a bunch of damage. And then just terraforming defend. Okay. So we're gonna glow. Play the Neutron Aegis. This one's totally good and fine to play. But then I think we purify. We can play either Gather Light or... Let's see, so what are we going to get rid of? We're going to get rid of 5 cards. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we could play the Radiate if we want. Kind of doesn't matter. I suppose Strike is a better block card at the moment. Strike eats your bigger? Yeah, I don't care. Right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Good fight. So we have to do one more turn. So we're gonna do it with Falling Star. I'd rather do it with Guiding Star because then we just win. But I guess I'm gonna make him weak. So we need one more turn, I think, to draw what we need. We'll see. Yeah, we're gonna need to do one Guiding Star and then we're there. So let's Falling Star, Guiding Star, and then I think we've done it. And I'm pretty sure that's just it. I think that's all that we'll need. I think we have our infinite. The only way that could happen is if we didn't draw the glows. All right. And now you're looking at what this deck is actually going to look like in almost every fight for the rest of the run, which is why I said I didn't care about our vigor. I didn't care about any of that because, well, if you'll notice, we've done it. So we can do like terraforming glow a little bit here. So now what are we at? 35 damage 30 times? I guess that's enough, huh? I guess that's enough. Okay. Beautiful. Beautiful. Guards! We love this card. We love this card. This card is perfect. May as well put Streak 5 in the title. So why is this card so good? Transform any number of cards in your hand into minion sacrifice. Transform. In other words, remove from current play. And then they block for us. So it's like a safe thing to do to purge the deck out. What's up, Slurgy? I'm in the middle of the Intrepid Immortals run on YouTube. Don't really care about spoilers, but would prefer none. What are your plans with Battle Brothers? Love your content and character. Well, hey. Well, thank you, Pablo X Crowbar. What are my plans with Battle Brothers? I have some information about Reforged that I can't share. But I will return to Battle Brothers at some point. Sorry for how incredibly vague that response is. You know, I apologize. I understand. But Reforged or Hardened? Hardened. But, you know, since Hardened is a submod of Reforged, there's things that will be going into Reforged that Hardened will inherit. I do prefer the Hardened submod, but some of the stuff the Reforged is getting is going to be pretty sweet. And I might just do like a non-challenge run, or maybe a challenge run that's just not sweaty. Something a bit more chill. That's more than enough, sir. Thank you. And just, oh, good. I'm watching for you, not the games. Hey. Glad to hear it. But if you are here for any specific game, that is also valid too. For anyone in the world, right? There are definitely, like for me, there are streamers that I've watched in the past that I really like them when they're playing a specific game, but not when they're playing another. Maybe not even because of the game, but because of the way they play that certain game, if that makes sense. Right? I don't want to like, I don't know. I guess I can give an example because I think it is mostly putting them in a positive light. I love watching Dolphin Chemist play Faster Than Light. Absolutely love it. What is the meaning of this? Who are you? It's fun, right? I like the way he plays it. But I don't necessarily always watch him when he's playing other things. Right? I don't care about Bloons Tower Defense. It's just not that interesting. But that's just like for me, right? I like the way you play Slay the Spire 2, because although you make mistakes, you don't take goddamn forever to make mistakes, a la Life Coach. Oh, God. Yeah. I will avoid saying anything negative. A lot of good streamers play boring games like AoE 2 and Civ 5. That's true. Okay, so I'm thinking about grabbing the Runic Pyramid here. I think a mid is good. We can easily purge what we need to out of our deck. All right, so let's glow. We'll see what Neutron Aegis hits. Hit the defend. So we'll be blocking for 11, plus 5, plus 7. So that's 23. If I wanted to play the Dex pot, it would go up to 27. Currently getting hit for 28. I guess I'll just lose some max HP and feel sad. You love watching Life Coach? You could hop onto another stream, come back 15 minutes later, and he's on the same turn. It's true, actually. Okay. So we can use guards to generate block on this turn if we'd like. And I think I'd like. I might do guards on, let's see, so we get 9 block per. So I'm gonna do all of these ones and then we'll play the hidden cache. Or will I? Guess I don't need to. So let's just transform everything except for Purity. And we'll play only what we need. Which I think is that. Actually, I played one more than I needed. Oh God. Actually, hold up. Overthinking it. Alright, let's play the Neutron Aegis. What did it make free? Nothing? Wait a minute. Oh, we lost the... Okay, alright. Makes sense. Alright, we lost the Mummified Hand. Okay. I was like, what the hell? Okay. You remember Frost Prime once playing Slay the Spire very quickly, and at the end of Act 2 saying if it was Life Coach, she'd be in the middle of Act 1. In the background eating a banana? Probably true. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and use guards here. And we're just going to keep our alignment. It's the only one we need to keep. And we'll go down to 5 cards. Okay, get these out of hand. And then I suppose we can just purity away these ones. As long as we've got, make sure we've kept radiate, glow, glow, and alignment. Okay. And yeah, okay, fine. You're not dunking on him though. I respect the dedication to try to play perfect. He taught you a lot about how to play defect and how bad cards can sometimes be a great pick in a 25 card deck. Sure, yeah. All right, so now we're just gonna alignment glow till we radiate like the sun we are. And actually, I think we can just glow a bit here. And let's see, we're at 3 by 36. Pretty close to 100. And we're at 3 by 58. Okay, so let's just bring the tuning fork up to an acceptable number. And by an acceptable number, I mean 9. You may not like it, but this is what peak regen looks like. Skip. This is why the beta patch is as it is. So this fight could be, this could throw a wrench in our plans. This guy could throw a real wrench in the plans. So, might genuinely need to use potions and think very carefully here. So 7 stars, what we might need to do is just be able to play 7 stars on a turn where we can use terraforming. So I actually might use the Gambler's Brew here. Can you beat the Architect like this? I don't know. Architect isn't a fightable enemy yet. So let's do Hidden Cache Venerate. Okay. Hey, I don't even know what A10 random means, but it sounds tough, so I can tell you're good. Do you mind if I... Oh... Sure. Sure, Salam. Ask away. At first I thought maybe you were a spam bot. I'm gonna be honest, there was a moment of skepticism. Just because it started out too friendly, I thought it was gonna be, I thought you were going to go into the, can you add me on Discord? And then I'd be like, ban. But that isn't what you're doing. I was ready, just so you know. Okay, I think I'm going to do the Falling Star, and I think we'll terraforming here. So actually, I'm just selling some art, just kidding. I can't tell if serious or not. Okay, so then we're gonna glow. Can still do this, don't need to do this. So, terraforming. So now I'll do 22 by 7. So that's 154. Radiate will hit kind of hard. I'm here to link you suspicious links on how to get more views. Oh man, best viewers. And then I'm gonna defend instead of Guiding Star. Okay, Radiate is back on the same turn as Terraforming Glow. So then we can Hidden Gem here too. So when you're playing Defect in duos, you cannot hit the core cards you feel like you need for a Claw spam build or Orb stacking. Are you just getting unlucky, or do you need to build specifically? No, I don't think duo builds need to be anything specific. If anything, from my experience playing in duos, the game is a bit more forgiving because you can even kind of avoid needing to pay attention to some of the key specific concepts, like your partner can block for you or you can block for them. I would say that if you feel like you can't find the cards you're looking for, you're either being too narrow in what you think you need, or you're being too broad and taking too much where you're not able to get a cohesive package. And unfortunately, it's kind of hard to diagnose which of the two it is without seeing. I would say that you're probably taking too many cards, would be my guess based on what I've seen from other newer players. And maybe could be forcing an archetype. I mean, yeah, as Pablo, yeah, you skip a lot, okay. And are you open to whatever the game is presenting you? I mean, because I think that's an important part of it too. Okay, Reflect actually could be an okay card to take, given that we have the Guards and the Purity as like an early block card as we're getting set up. I think this card is fine to take. Again, because we have Purity and Guards, I actually think this is, it's like a pretty big number. It just block for a lot. It just block for 17 for 1 energy. I think I kind of like taking that actually. Might end up seeing another store, so I'm not going to spend any money here. Like if you're given a relic where you get to choose between cards, or the first encounter only offers you like Cold Snap, Ball Lightning, then you know you want to go into orbs. Okay. I think I maybe see the problem. Don't imagine that you need to fit into an archetype, because you don't. Even though the game does have some synergy and self-reinforcing for this type of card goes well with this other type of card, right? Make your orbs better, get more orbs, etc. Reframe the way you're thinking about it. Change it to, what problems do I need to solve? And it might be that, for example, you end up with very little orb scaling at all, but you have a way of generating a dark orb. And maybe a dark orb with dual cast or something like that is how you do a whole bunch of damage to a boss. And then you just need defenses, block, and front-loaded damage with other cards. Or it could be that you've got a good machine that you could build up with bulk up or things like that to make Claw hit really hard. But it takes a while to get there. So you take cards like Glacier and maybe even some focus cards so that you can block with orbs and then do damage and stuff like that with your claws and scrapes and whatever, right? You don't have to and shouldn't try to totally go all in on one archetype just because there is self-reinforcing within them. Think of the problems you need to solve and how you can do it with multiple different choices. Speaking of pizza, I actually have a pizza dough that I've got fermenting right now. I'm gonna eat tomorrow. All right, so we get enchant a card that exhausts with Soul's Power. We really don't need to do that though. With sourdough, yeah, I used Baking Brother. Though for my pizza dough, I want it to ferment like aggressively. Like I want it to be, I love a really, really ultra glutinous and ultra yeasty dough. So I supplement it with yeast. I mostly add my sourdough starter to my pizza dough to give it that sort of funk that the Baking Brother has. All right, so let's upgrade something. And could be guards to make that better. Again, we just need to block on our way to our infinite. I don't have to think too hard. Yeah, obtain a random relic. Courgette. Cool. I knew Slurgy made bread, just not literally. Yeah. I've got a sourdough starter. Who doesn't these days? Okay. And I'm going to play the Neutron Aegis, I guess. Maybe not. Maybe I just Falling Star and then play the Defense. I don't know. Frail. We'll just do it like this. Do you think all the characters are well balanced, or are there some? Oh, there's some serious problems. But if you're playing on the beta branch, they've been fixed. You can absolutely win almost every single run in a duo on Ascension 10. Of that, I am very confident. All right, I guess we don't need to keep terraforming. I'll just convert all of these. But you just need to be on the lookout for some stuff. With two specific characters? No, it could be any two. It could be two of the same. And I know that can be like hard to hear because you're like, wait, but the game is really hard and I'm struggling. And you know, I don't want to discount that experience because certainly, like, you absolutely may be. And that's, you know, you just need to find what is and isn't good. And that's not necessarily straightforward. Oh, I'm curious what the rationale for the Hades question is. Okay, we have a silly thing going here. 11 by 34, I guess we got there, huh? So let's just get our tuning fork back up to a nice smooth number. And plop. Out of the 5 heroes, do you think there's a strongest / weakest, or are they all potentially good? Oh, they're definitely all potentially good. For duo play specifically, Necrobinder is maybe the best because Necrobinder has very good debuffs on the enemy. Enfeeble or whatever it's called. Let me pull it up. I should pull up the specific card. I can't. Enfeebling Touch. Because this is essentially like block for both you and your partner. It's a good card even in solo play. Even against like a single non-multiple attack, it's still fine, right? Why would you want the fork on 0? Shouldn't the fork be on... Oh, then I just clicked 1 too many times. No, I want the fork on 9. No, I wanted the fork on 9. And that would have made a difference here. Whoops. I meant to put the fork on 9. I'm not really sure how I screwed that up. Alright, and is Falling Star terraforming 7 stars just lethal? Right, because it'll be 19, and then terraforming 7 stars will bring this back up to 15 by 7. But the 15 is actually going to be 15 plus 15 plus 7, so 22 by 7, which is 154. No, it's not enough damage. It's not enough. So I'm going to make him weak, I guess, with the Falling Star, Gather Light, Defend. All right, let's go ahead and purity away some of this. I guess maybe I'll start with an alignment glow. Oh, okay. You can play this one. And let's purity away some of this. This one, this one, this one, this one, this one. And let's do these. Plop, 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 plop. Alright, so let's guards this one, this one, this one, this one, and that should leave us with 4, 1, 4. Yeah, we're good. Alright, so we'll do some alignment glows, alignment glow, alignment glow, and then we'll do terraforming glow, terraforming glow, terraforming glow, and that's definitely enough damage. And we skip here. I don't really want to create a custom skill, but sure. Alright, we'll do energized. That's fine. It blocks. And we'll play the Neutron Aegis. Won't be able to play the Reflect next turn, which maybe is bad, but should be okay. Alright, so let's glow. And we want to find some ways of gaining more energy. I guess it could be Venerate, Reflect. So we can Mad Science here to gain a little block. And let's see, so we're blocking for enough, but we want to draw more cards. So let's go ahead and play our Radiate, which is actually like a lot of damage, huh? Turns out. And a strike, because we want to draw 5 cards. Maybe we don't have to do like the Mega Infinite here, because we're pretty much there. But I'm still going to convert these ones. Actually, you know what might be really satisfying? These Cubex constructs. Now we're gonna kill them. We're gonna kill them a special way. I've got something in mind. I've got something in mind. we're going to reflect back at them. All right, we are full blocking, right? Because this is 24. Yeah. All right. We'll let them just die to their own attacks. That's much more fun. Mad Science doesn't even seem bad. It keeps you safe and gets you online quicker. Yeah, it's fine. All right, so let's rest. All right, so here we just block. So this plus the extra 7 already gets us there. So we'll hang on to the Mad Science for next turn. All right, so we can guards if we like. And we would. So we need to keep the alignment. Neutron Aegis is fine. Kind of a bad draw. Just because we have a lot of the things we want to keep, but surprisingly very few of the things we don't want to keep. So maybe I purity. No, I guess I guards. Could this be not enough cards removed? I don't think so, actually. So we can make him weak. And there's no way of getting more stars. Actually, there is a way of getting more stars. Let's do that. Let's do this one. There's a way of gaining more stars. And now we don't need to do any of that stuff. Cool. Let's just get that out of our hand, because we want to play that later. There we go. This is much better. So now we're going to convert some of this stuff, this one, and this one, and this one, and this one, into block cards. And I'm going to play that one, because we're going to terraform to tear this door down. Okay, so let's do terraforming. So we've got glow alignment, terraforming, okay. So I think I can exhaust this whole hand, actually. Okay. What's the logic on map movement? I think that if you're new, I wouldn't worry about it that much. I mean, or I should say, don't try to be too specific. Just do what makes sense. Do what makes sense. If you feel like you need to rest, rest. If you've got a lot of money, go to a shop. You know. You don't need to be too precious, too particular. You really don't. Yeah, pay attention to shops, elites, campfires. Yeah. Pay attention to them, and you might need to go to them. Give yourself outs, right? Sometimes you have a hallway fight that just goes terribly, and you were planning on doing an elite, but now you can't. That's okay. Deviate and just don't. So giving yourself options, I think, is pretty nice. I would say that's probably... All right, have we got there? Is this enough damage? Where's our radiate? 51 times 45, 48, I guess so. 51 times 48. All right, streak is increased. Oh, nope. No, it hasn't. We have to fight another enemy. We have to fight another enemy. And I suppose we'll use this one. And I think the most block is actually going to be Falling Star, Gather Light, Defend. We need to be at least a little tiny bit careful for this guy's first phase, like a teeny tiny it's a little itty bit. Oh, they changed a lot of stuff in the beta branch. Very, very good changes. This is degenerate. What if you're trying to watch this and learn? Don't. It's gonna change. Let's see. How did they nerf infinites? They just nerfed all the cards that do it, basically. And they made it so the Doormaker punishes infinites. It's a good change, despite what you might read on Reddit or other places where people are kind of dumb. Let's see. Can Venerate Neutron Aegis. And we do need to purify, but need to kind of get there first a little bit. Okay. So I would like to try to kill him with the 7 stars. That's why I left the terraforming there. No, we'll do it with Radiate, I suppose. Radiate and terraforming. So if we gain 3 energy or 3 stars next turn, and we increase it by 8. We still need to find the glows for sure, which I guess we could get unlucky and not find. But 7 stars is in hand, and Hidden Cache will get us there next turn for sure. Because we got the terraforming. So I think the smart thing is actually playing the Hidden Cache, guardsing away this, and this, and then just playing them. Oh, have to play the alignment. It's another skill. Unfortunately, I see like a thing that could end up being true that I don't even want to mention because it's very depressing. I have to play this one. No. Okay, we can weaken him at least. Holy shit, come on, game. Alright, so let's purity out a bunch of stuff. This one, this one, this one, this one, and this one. Okay, that's totally fine. Yeah, everything is fine. We do have the pyramid, too. Oh, come on. Glow's not there? He's gonna add one more wound. No. He's adding one more wound. Is there a way to stop him from doing that? Can gain 7 block, make him weak. Alright, so I get him down to 24. No, he's still gonna do that no matter what. No, we're okay. We're okay. Just barely. Actually, very close. Very close to fumbling this one. Could have and should have been more careful. But wasn't. So what's going to be painful? Here's a sad reality. We're going to have something kind of painful coming up here. And that's that we need to build up the block here. I guess I could make him weak. And then we kill him next turn. Let's just do one more. Actually, let's make him vulnerable for next turn. Look at that. And he doesn't have poison, or stabs, right? Yeah. So we're good. So alignment glow, alignment glow, alignment glow. And then we'll do terraforming glow. Just a couple times. And what's our radiate at now? Okay. Whew. Well, now the streak is at 5. I've had enough of your poor manners. Something we can both agree on. Let's dance. Flap. Victory? Question mark? Okay. We're gonna keep going until we die. We're gonna keep going until we die. Okay. I'm gonna use the restroom. Streak is at 5 now. I'll be back in just a moment. I'm back. Okay, so we roll another random start. Slenderbot. Hello, hello. The Chad. Okay. Silver Crucible has served me well. Might just do it again. So one thing that's neat about the Silver Crucible too is there are a handful of events where you get to like choose 2 of 8 cards, 2 of 8 commons to add to your deck. Those get upgraded by the Silver Crucible. So you would think you would want to find like the early hallway fights. Not necessarily. The events can give card rewards that are like a little bit better and still get upgraded by the Silver Crucible, which is pretty damn strong. So I'm feeling pretty good about rolling with events. Then can do Campfire and Elite, and hey, potentially we could get a card that lets us guarantee a safe Elite fight, and maybe we haven't procced all the Silver Crucible things yet, but we might just go that way. Or like around this way. All reasonable options. And then could hit a late act store, but if we're hurt, we could go this way too. If we're feeling extra peppery and spicy, we could fight some elites. And I really like this Silver Crucible. It is pretty nice. So let's do it. All right, C-Punk. Bash. Why are you forsaking me? Come to me, Bash. We need you. We're 1 shy lethal. C-Punk is being a real punk. That's right, don't be bashful. Alright, unless we get the worst draw in the world, he's dead. Okay. There's a moment. I saw a bunch of defends on my screen and I'm like, no! Okay. Headbutt, Hemokinesis, Iron Wave. Hemokinesis got buffed in the upcoming patch, in the beta patch, which I find interesting, because I kind of think it's a pretty good card. I'm deciding between Iron Wave and Hemokinesis. Headbutt has like a great long-term potential. Well, it has okay long-term potential. It's good in Spire 1. I don't know. Maybe I haven't found a place for it in Spire 2. Hemokinesis is, of course, just like do a lot of damage, which can sometimes just end fights, which is nice. But Iron Wave Plus is actually pretty nice. I'd probably go Hemokinesis. It attack for a big number. It attack for a slightly bigger number? That's a pretty disappointing enchantment. Oh! Let's transform a card. Transform a strike into... Sword Boomerang? Can we reverse these 2 events? Heal 10 HP, keep feasting. Procure a random potion, keep feasting. Alright, we're done feasting. Sludge Spinner. Second Wind is here. Second Wind is a great card. I actually really like Taunt as well. But Second Wind is just... it's just a good card. Even if we're not talking infinites, it's good. But as soon as we start talking infinites, it becomes really good. Would have been nice if we had the money for the rare card reward in that event. It would have. And I think this deck does barely have the tools it needs to do an elite fight. I don't know, we are... yeah, I think so. Let's upgrade Bash. Now, let's do Bash, Second Wind. This fight could be a little bit painful, potentially. Just defend. Wondering if I should use the stable serum here. Not shuffle these strikes in. Maybe I do that on the next shuffle. Right, because I'm thinking about keeping the defends in hand for Second Wind as well. How much damage can we do? 15 plus 9. I actually think I'm going to. Okay. So we get one more turn of retain. But I think he's just dead. Gorget, or Gorget, or whatever. Stampede is here, Pommel Strike is here. I think if we've got this Second Wind, I think we take the Pommel Strike because we are close to potential degeneracy already. Like, very close. And this is a way of getting there. Stampede's a good card, though. So let's upgrade Sword Boomerang, I suppose. So how would I feel about the other potential elite fights? I think fine. Probably won't end up doing 2. How do we feel about Waterfall Giant? Pretty bad. Might just need to go to the Waterfall Giant with a bunch of hit points and use our body as a shield. So 2 elite fights feels like it might do too much superficial damage. But it also does give us a couple relics, which probably aren't going to make the difference for the boss fight. So might just be like this. We'll do this one. I mean, do I upgrade something or do I just rest and... It's not full value, but maybe that's fine. Alright, there are 3 hit points that we didn't get the full value from, but I don't really want to upgrade those. And this is probably the hardest fight for this This guy right now for us. So we got 21 damage on the hemokinesis. So we can actually hit any of these. Does which act you're in affect relic drops? I don't think so. Alright, so we'll have hemokinesis to kill him next turn. Kill that one. Hopefully, right? Because we have to draw it. So almost full blocking. Very close. Plot. And probably sword boomerang, or is it better to bash? I'm not sure if the strike sword boomerang is better. Or just doing the bash. Maybe it's just the bash. Get one vulnerable. That's probably correct. Maybe the front one since he's buffing for strength. See what we draw here. And can just strike and kill that front one, which is probably just the play. All right. This is one of the fights that got nerfed in the beta branch. And I'm going to be honest, I find that puzzling. I don't feel like this fight is that bad. Sentinels, it's a little Sentinel-like. It's Sentinel adjacent. It's a slight nerf. Yeah, it's a very small nerf, to be fair. But it still feels like a weird nerf. Okay. Crimson Mantle, Howl from Beyond. Interesting. I think Crimson Mantle is the play. Those are both nice cards in fair decks. Yeah, we're not going to be making one of those. I mean, the thing about Howl from Beyond is that we can continuously exhaust it with Second Wind. And if we get our defense out of our deck, this is a way of pretty much guaranteeing that we just gain 7 block and then do 16 damage. Oh god, no, you're right. No, Second Wind doesn't exhaust. No. It's not an attack. It's not an it's yeah, it's an attack. It's an attack. It's an attack. It's an attack. Slurgy's losing his mind. Slurgy's losing his mind. Ignore everything I just said. It's not true. Let's go with Crimson Mantle. And let's go this way. Let's fight another elite. Pop, 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 pop. And we only need to defend once because we got a Gorget, a Gorger. Okay. I even did it without taking sloppy damage. Skip? These are kind of bad. This feels pretty skippy to me. Yeah, it's a skulking colony. And do I play the Hemo for the 5 damage? Probably. Yeah, we just block here. Because next turn he's doing his, like, yeah, weaker attack. Okay. Lucky Fish. Inferno is here. Now, Inferno with the Crimson Mantle and the Hemokinesis is pretty good AoE damage. Oddly enough, because of the Gorget, I don't hate Stone Armor here. Not going to take it because I think I'd just rather have more damage. But Stone Armor, not bad. Genuinely not bad. This clad is on fire. This clad is on fire. Let's do like that. I think there's not a single draw where this doesn't save us 1 hit point. Is Body Slam that bad here? If we have the Crimson Mantle in play, we are guaranteed to always have 8 block. At a minimum. I just kind of love Body Slam is the thing. Perhaps irrationally. I just love a Body Slam. I just love a slam and body. I don't think we really need it though. Probably just skip. Yeah, exactly. And that's exactly why. Because it could be blow if we're working on an infinite. And we're only like a couple cards away from an infinite because, well, we're Ironclad. You're always just a couple cards away from an infinite. And let's go Inferno. Like just more damage more quickly. So let's play one of the defends, and we're just going to try to gun him down as quickly as possible so he's not making his steam eruption too violent. And I guess I'm going to do Inferno Bash. It's an okay turn for a flex pot. Inferno is nice because it makes the infinite faster if you use Bloodletting. That's true. Did not find our second wind. Probably still play the block here though. So is it smarter to play the Pommel Strike or not? Yeah, it was smarter to do it. We got rewarded. All right, actually not bad. Not bad. Skip? Colossus is like okay in setting up, and we can always second wind it away. Click blue, not gold. But we love feeding the fish. No, I think the Colossus makes this slightly smoother on the way there. I think it makes it slightly smoother. Pale's Wing? This is great. Pale's Eye also could be fine. But I'm into that wing. Love me a good melty chicken wing. Relics for days. Okay, now what is the pathing here? We want to go to shops? We love shopping. We're fine against all of the Act 2 elites, actually. Fine adjacent. Entomancer is maybe a bit of a problem. Centimillipede, not a problem. Is that true? I think it certainly costs HP. But let's go up this way. And no, maybe not. I actually think I'm gonna go this way. Go through campfire, then go to here. And I like that kind of anything can happen at this point. All right, so we're getting attacked for 24. We can block for 19. Use the aerobic acid. Stoke? Played this one, I guess. And I guess that one? And let's just try again. I guess I'm gonna play the second wind. Okay, not gonna play the second Crimson Mantle. Yeah. Weird fight. Sacrifice. Pale's Wing, give us treasure. Ah. Pale's Wing can sacrifice here. Now, what do we want to see? I feel like it's Necrobinder. I feel like it's Necrobinder. This sure looks like a sacrifice to me. No way I'm going to want any of these. We'd rather have a Venerable Tea set. Page Storm, nothing. Sacrifice. Sacrifice? It'd be cute to make a big scythe. For no reason other than it's cute. I guess that's not a good enough reason, huh? Sure can. Sure can. All right. Defend Crimson Mantle, I suppose. Just gotta find our Inferno. Plop, plop. All right, pretty clean. Sacrifice? Maybe a True Grit? I don't think so, though. True Grit maybe could come in handy later, but if that ends up being true, we will assess that when the time comes. All right, so let's Inferno Colossus. Crimson Mantle Bash. He's doing a lot of acrobatics. This Louse Progenitor. Second Wind is such a good card. I can't believe the Second Wind is an even better card in this game than it is in Spire 1. Crazy to me. I guess I'd rather have the Cure All than the Ashwater. I don't think we actually need the Ashwater for anything. And this kind of feels like a sacrifice to me. Anchor. That's a nice one. So if I were to go to an elite that is better rarity on card rewards, which could get us one of the uncommon or rares we need to set up our infinite. And I think we're pretty good against the Act 2 elites. Entomancer could give us some problems, but I think we got good potions for it. Yeah, Desicenta Millipede I think is actually fine. I'm gonna do the Cure All here at the beginning. Well. Because we just want to find our Inferno. So is there any benefit to bashing one? I suppose we might play a Colossus. So let's do it to this guy. Okay, so there's the Inferno. So that'll make this not quite lethal. Next, we'll do 23 plus 9. So I suppose I just play the defend. Plop, plop. So now Hemo could kill. Do I want it to kill, though? I guess that's sort of a real question. Yeah, I think so. Next, we do 18 at the start of the next turn. This makes him do quite a bit less damage, though. To where a defend is already sufficient. So maybe that's fine? Pop, pop. Sure can. Okay. Vajra. Stoke? This card is being changed in the beta branch, by the way. The thing is Stoke actually the pick here? It is. Okay. Just second wind here. Need to get to our Inferno. Deck's getting a little bit low on hit points. By deck, I mean character. Ashen Strike would be nice. Yeah, we would take an Ashen Strike. Alright, so we need to get the Inferno in play. And I'm thinking about doing a dupe pot on the Pommel Strike. And then just second winding. Maybe not. I'm going to duplicate the Hemokinesis. And this is a sacrifice. And here's what I don't like. I kind of feel like resting is a good idea. Which means not shopping. I mean, the question mark could be a shop. Potion Belt. God, we want it to be a shop then. Potions would be so sweet for the fight against the Insatiable. Venerable tea set. I drank all my sparkling waters. Very sad about that. Okay. See you nerds later. Plap, plap. Sacrifice. Or Blood Wall? Sacrifice. That's got to be enough hit points for the elite fight, right? I think so. Let's upgrade Colossus. I think we try to keep the enemy vulnerable and use Colossus as much as we're able. Crimson Mantle Stoke? I think so. Second wind away that defend. Bash Colossus pretty nice here. Aha! You can't hurt me! I'm bigger than you. I'm a Colossus. 25% extra HP. Or am I talking about the wrong game? And I think we try to just end this as fast as possible. It's actually flat HP up now. We reforged. Guess we just kill, huh? White Beast statue. Oh, we sacrifice here. Would I ever go this way? No, I'm gonna go this way. We're just gonna hope that that question mark is a shop. Do I play the bash? I'm gonna keep the stoke. Hello, Inferno. That's so much damage. Maybe that was bad. Maybe that was the wrong way to do that. Swift Potion. Pillage? So Pillage doesn't give us like an infinite, but Pillage gives us like a something. Ritual? Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. So I like they're either one is a part of a combo potentially, right? You think the energy gen is rarer? Maybe true, but of the ways to combo infinitely, you don't need energy gen at all if it comes through Hellraiser. You also, one of the parts that doesn't need energy at all on one half of it would be Spite. Where are you, Spite? So I feel like the energy generation may be less useful, maybe a little bit too narrow. Still on streak or beta now? Still on the streak. I guess I could put something physically on the screen. Why don't I do that? Text. How big is this? Oh my god, it's huge. Let's make it smaller. And of course, we're going to make the scale filtering a little nicer so it's smoother. Someone's proud of a streak? Well, I mean, yes, but also if people are asking questions. I want to see how long it goes. I mean, because it's big? Oh, yeah. Well, I made it small. Maybe it can be like Osti. It increases in size. Yeah, I don't know. I guess this also could just be a skip. Second Inferno carries. Actually, Second Inferno is not terrible because whenever you lose HP on your turn, we'll deal 18 damage, and we actually lose HP on our turn also through the Crimson Mantle, which would make it do 18 from that. So in all seriousness, Second Inferno I think is on the table. It also makes the hallway fights smoother because we just need to find that and then just like plap, 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 plap. Kill enemies. Yeah, Sack gets a relic. 36 per turn plus 18 per hemo is a lot. Yeah, right? Inferno does more damage to Insatiable. What do you mean? I'm gonna take the Inferno. Ah. I think Ember Tea. The strength is actually better for this next fight anyway. Strength better than upgrading our starting hand. Best not to underestimate the Insatiable. We will be resting here. And we will be using a fish oil. A lot of damage. Okay. Yeah, we got an expensive strength pot. Yes. That is what happened. Could consider a skill pot here to maybe block more. This sucks. Maybe Cascade could be useful in the future, I don't know. No way to go infinite with expect to fight now. No, I mean, we got too many statuses anyway. If we had the pillage, if I'd grabbed the pillage, then technically it could get there, but I might grab expect a fight just because I think that could be useful later. How long is this fight gonna last? How much does a single chemokinesis do? A lot. 26 plus 18. When vulnerable, a number higher than that. 26 times 1.5 plus 18. So whatever that is. I don't know. 26 plus 29, 39, 18, I don't know, like 50-ish, more than 50. Yeah, I could use the draw potion. What I'm wondering is if I use the second wind on the frantic escapes. That's where my head's at right now. All right, so what I think I'm gonna do, I'm gonna use the energy potion. I don't want to underestimate this guy, seriously. We're gonna use one of these. We're gonna use one more. Then we get rid of those. Ugh, garbage. And he's dead. All right. Skip? Or sacrifice, I should say. We don't need this, though. We just don't need this. We don't need AoE damage, too, with the Infernos. Does 1-2 punch go infinite with pommel and energy? I don't think it can draw itself, even with 1-2 punch. So we still need like a second thing. The copy draws the original? Are you sure? I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. I think it's a sacrifice. I mean, 1-2 punch is not terrible. Viewbot 5. Incredible. Incredible. Account created March 16th, 2015. Miraculous. I think we follow Viewbot 5. Choose your bracelet. Okay. Now, let's see what we got here. You can never have too many weapons. Boy, if I'd grabbed the pillage, we'd have infinite. If I'd have grabbed the pillage, we'd have infinite. Can you get the +2 strength for an elite? Is it even helpful? Yeah, it's helpful. Infinites are kind of boring? Sure, I agree. I think they're terrible. I think they're more than just kind of boring, they're awful. Looking forward to playing on the beta branch. But I'm gonna see how far I can take the streak. All right, so late act shops we definitely want to go to. Kind of have enough money, I could go to more than one shop, and I feel like that's a good idea. So maybe up this way, either this way or this way, then through the shop at the end. And the Sai is kind of cute. Try Boomerang, I think is what I'm gonna go with though, because I want to make the Pommel Strike free. And then all we got to do is find a Spite. They buffed Hemo, and yeah, I was kind of surprised they buffed Hemo. Alright, I'm going to make Pommel Strike free. They also changed that blessing, which I think is good. And I'm going to do Inferno... Sword Boomerang Stoke? No! Rupture or sacrifice? Honestly, sacrifice. Rupture seems very strong. I mean... Alright, let's focus damage on this one and kill. Okay. Perfect block. Let's at least try to, yeah, conserve a little bit of hit points. Sacrifice, we don't need these. Bellows, okay. Pick a fight, obtain a relic. Gained a pair. We got a fake shopkeeper here. Strike dummy increases the damage of pommel strike. Probably still not worth grabbing. I think skip all these. Don't think I'm interested in any of these. No, I'm gonna go to the real store. So let's see. Probably still play both of these powers. Alright, so that gives us our Snowflake. So if we just defend Crimson Mantle. Yeah. And I'm gonna second wind away the Stoke instead of the other way around. Alright, have Bash Colossus. So we're going to try to end it next turn, here this turn if we can. Should be able to. Another weak potion. Stampede is here. I think we just sacrifice. Honorable mention for Bloodwall again, though. I think I'm gonna sack. Abacus Finesse. Got there. Don't actually need the Abacus, just the Finesse. So we'll have to think about how this actually happens in practice, though. No, I think we're just good. We just get the Finesse in the discard. As long as we second wind, what are we setting at? 1, 2. Oh yeah, we're good. All right. Yeah, bloodletting too little too late, yeah. No need for bloodletting. Gremlin Horn might make the route there a tiny bit smoother. I don't know, I might just look at the second shop's stuff. If an enemy had a Beat of Death-like effect, Abacus would be cute. Abacus is a kind of a key part of some of the Slay the Spire 1 infinites if you're ever able to pull them off, which they are rare. But in those cases, you know, when you do your Slay the Spire 1 infinite against the heart, you have to accommodate for the Beat of Death. Somehow, the Abacus can be a way of doing that. Whetstone. And I'm just gonna play it easy. We're gonna go to that rushed spot. Also great versus Time Eater. Yeah. Yep. Also great versus Time Eater. Abacus Rage, Mental Fortress, the silent one that's a rare that gives you 1 block whenever you play a card. Whatever that one is. After Image. Yes, thank you, After Image. Get this crap out of my hand. I'm gonna play this Colossus though. All right, look at us go. I don't have enough cards to draw. Okay, first world problems. Dex pot. Sure. Second Pommel Strike is here. Don't need it. Don't even want it. Happy Flower. Okay. Tanks was also changed in patch. Yeah, they changed that the buff Instinct. I like the change. I think they made it do more damage, which I think is just better. I think it's just better. Like better design. Okay, so we'll have Stoke in the next hand. So I guess I can just second wind away this. I guess we'll get rid of the Colossus. We're not going to get through his artifact charges. This is a great hand to just stoke away, huh? Well, would you look at that? Don't worry, this ramps up in speed. Every 3 attacks, the damage goes up by 1. See? Now it goes up to 15. And well, I guess that's where it'll stop. Radiant Tincture. No need for a Radiant Tincture. I think we'd rather have these ones. I can't imagine the energy being relevant. And this is just a sacrifice. Oh, we could be a member. So if we're at 360, then this is a deal. Let's be a member. Remove a strike because it makes our lives easier. And we leave, I guess. I could grab a Thinking Ahead. I don't think I want any of these potions either. These are all totally reasonable and fine. I would take a Gambler's Brew if it were offered. Maybe we should just use the weak pot. Should have used it there. Could have saved a tiny bit of health there. Stable Serum? Ooh, actually Stable Serum for the Queen fight. And we're gonna go right for her. I feel like I should use some sort of potion, but I guess not. So this is a pretty good Stable Serum, because then we can stoke. I mean, it really kind of doesn't matter, but we're happy to get rid of literally that entire thing. So let's just, I guess, use the Lucky Tonic. Plop. So now we can stoke this, and I think then we're good. Okay. Goodbye, queen. Little tiny bits of damage. Plonking her away. She made us weak. You may not like it, but this is what peak Ironclad looks like at the moment. She chose the slow death. She chose the slow death. Interesting, I saw the lasting candy, like, effect there. Alright, so I guess we'll use the deck spot. And we'll just play these. Death by 1,000 pommels, death by 1,000 pommels. Stoke this away. Yep. Make sure we play the finesse. And we can thinking ahead if we want. Yeah, I'd like to think ahead. I think in the future, I'll play finesse. I'll play finesse, then pommel strike. So let's go ahead and second win this away. Where I'm going, we're not going to need any of those. And it begins. We beat down the door. Actually, hold on. Yeah, please bash the doormaker. I got you. I got you. Petition to play bash. Yeah. Good call. And because it performs so well, we'll end with a hemokinesis. All right, streak is up to 6. So the Archdemon's Thrall has arrived. Enemy kill. And victory question mark? Streak up to 6. So upgrade or update it on the screen as well. Okay. Okay, well, I'm gonna use the restroom and then we'll see if we can do it again. Be back in just a moment. I'm back. JSF MPGH, thank you for the Prime sub. Very much appreciated. All right, let's do it again. Let's see how long this can stay alive. I am counting right? Yes. Okay. What if the streak never ends? Do you have to say Guten Morgen to the Germans? I guess. Oh, defect. This is the character that in this version of the game, pre-beta patch, I think has the highest skill expression for a genuinely skilled and good player. So we might be in trouble. Go to bed unless it's defect? Well. Do what your heart says is right. Do love me some defect though. I think the precarious shears are wonderful on the defect because the strikes are particularly bad. Got like a pretty okay path through here. And potentially going to a shop. Yeah, we got some decent options for pathing just in general. All stemming from this left side. So it's precarious shears, get rid of 2 strikes, and go on our merry little robot way. I'm gonna double defend here. See if we can end this fight with 47 hit points. See if we can end this fight with 47 hit points. Gonna see if we can end this fight with 44 hit points. Let's end the fight with 44 hit points. Probably just charge battery. Synchronize is a great card once you can justify it. All right, let's have a snack. Though I think hatching the egg is like okay on defect probably. I don't know. Ooh, okay. Not when we wanted to draw every block card in existence. So lost 1 hit point. Let's leave it at just 1 though, how about? Yeah. Yeah, it's good when you battle droid. Alright, I like a cool-headed here. I like a cool-headed to go with the charge battery. Gain energy, spend energy to draw cards, and get a benefit from it. And let's go through this way. Let's go to a campfire, upgrade something. All right, so let's end this fight at 49 hit points. Still gonna end this fight at 49 hit points. Droplet of Precognition. It's one of those like really good potions in Act 3. Ooh. Turbo Tempest boost away. Oops. Just dropped my wedding ring in it. it like rolled away. I was futzing with it with my hand. Should stop doing that. Tempest is okay. Right, Tempest can invoke cool-headed orbs. Tempest can, you know, gain extra energy from charge battery. And Tempest is a decent target to upgrade. It's the one ring trying to escape. Could be. My precious. No, I think I'm gonna go with the Tempest and upgrade it. I've been surprisingly pleased by this card. I don't think we want to add like a turbo yet. Festive Popper, that's kind of a nice one. Let's see, Fight Elite. Deck is probably fine against an Elite. Also, Tempest good against Phantom. Can maybe find a Chemical X? I mean, maybe. Statue is Death, no? I don't think Statue is Death, is it? Do you think Statue is Death? No, orbs don't gain any bonus damage from playing cards. The slow doesn't do anything. I feel like if we face the statue and Tempest is not in our opening hand, we drop a little of Precognition it into our hand, and I kind of think it's not Death. But even if it's not Death, is that... I mean, there's a campfire. It probably still makes more sense to go this way anyway. Yeah, at 49 it might be Death, at 49 it might be Death. Ooh, transform 2 strikes. Max HP is also really nice. This is like a shop. And we get Trash to Treasure and Fight Through. Okay. Okay. All right. Oh, it's a shop anyway. I don't think I'm gonna buy a Ball Lightning. I think we just leave. Or a Charge Battery. Or a Claw. I think we just leave. Yeah, where's that boost away at, right? What if block potion and then go through this fight, this 2 elite path? Or is that a bad idea? I think it's okay. Two elites, no fire? 2 elites, no fire. Yeah, but we got stronger after that. Yeah, the three normal fights. These fights are insane, right? Festive Popper. Thank you, Festive Popper. deciding if I want to play the cool-headed or not. Because playing the Tempest, we're going to evoke 2 orbs. And then we'll have 9 damage after that. Could do dual cast and then Tempest, which would invoke 3 orbs. No. No, dual cast is not upgraded. No. Could also just cool-headed. And if we drew anything except the zap or trash to treasure, can block okay. I don't know. Maybe that was wrong. So we can block for 25, and they're attacking us for... What the hell is this? Like... Hallway fight, by the way. A lot more than 25. $36. Now it's possible between the parrying shield and the orbs, they kill... I guess just that guy. Could trash to treasure fight through. What about zap, charge, fight through? What about zap, trash to treasure, fight through? Right? Zap, trash to treasure, fight through. Okay. Rocket Punch. I love Rocket Punch. They buffed Rocket Punch, by the way. I love Rocket Punch. We don't have that much to justify it right now. So the smart play actually might be go for the eyes. But we have a lot of incentive to pick up more trash generation with the trash to treasure. That and overclock is the glue that holds the gear on. Yeah, absolutely. And playing the extra defend there was actually relevant because of the parrying shield. In case anybody was curious. I love that since this generates 2 wounds, it generates 2 orbs. That is so good. This might just kill him. No. I was gonna say then we could do a... No, it'll be fine. Plop. Wow. Okay, a case could be made for all 3. I think it's just turbo. Pretty sure it's just turbo. But flat cannon... We'll maybe want it later. All right, let's do... So if we do cool-headed and then trash to treasure... Let's cool-headed, see what we get. Dual cast. So Trash to Treasure Tempest will invoke 2. Let's do Charge Battery. Trash to Treasure Tempest. Give me them orbs. Got voided. So I have said in the past that I like Lightning Rod, and I do. But this feels like a lean trash deck. Yeah, not here. I don't think so. Chaos Plus is cute. Unupgraded Chaos is pretty bad. I think this is just a skip. Barrage is kind of an okay damage card, but I don't think we need an okay damage card. Duplicator Potion over Droplet of Precognition, I think so. We can duplicate the Trash to Treasure for Vantum, maybe. Is there a case to make for double pot on Trash Power for the bot? Yeah, yes. Hey, we're thinking the exact same thing, Iowa. So upgrading card is pretty okay. Upgrading Rocket Punch is really nice. It's a good upgrade. Sonon Tempest is cute. Sonon's Tempest is cute. I've mentioned it before, but there are times where, you know, you want to do something after Tempest for some reason. Like generate a Dark Orb after Tempest. So we may have a situation where, for example, we get, a Darkness, or maybe Shadow Shield is maybe a better example. Like there may be a time where, oh, well, it's not a good example because it costs 2. Darkness, let's go back to this one. Where we want to put the Dark Orb, like not in the front because we don't want to invoke it. These are real situations, right? They do happen. Yeah, Dual Cast. Dual Cast is the one that's already in our deck. Yeah, exactly. So I'm mildly leaning towards doing that. I'm gonna do it. It's also kind of cute on Cool-Headed. Because then when you upgrade it, it's like just juicy. Let's play the Cool-Headed. Tempest and Fight Through? I don't know if that was right. Alright, Trash to Treasure. Charge Battery, Defend. May end up needing to use a block potion on this round. Yeah. Will, in fact. Delicious. Compact. I think we take compact. We definitely take compact. We absolutely take compact. How much does it take for this to become an infinite? Hold up. If we get rid of the defense and compact gets upgraded, oh shit, are we gonna degenerate this too? We might. Let's see, can we upgrade before the fight with Phantom? I sort of think so. It's a little bit risky. I think I like the cool-headed upgrade a little bit better than compact. Cool-headed or rocket punch. Because we want to make sure that compact actually hits the things. It doesn't really increase the block that much. So I don't think I like the compact upgrade until after cool-headed or rocket punch. It might still just be rest here. We'll definitely play the duplicator pot. Unlike trash to treasure. I don't know. I think we can probably get away with this. Let's upgrade cool-headed. I feel like that's actually a better upgrade. Genuinely. Okay. We duplicator, trash to treasure. And then Tempest charge battery, take 1. Our strength pot isn't doing much here. And never will? Probably. So what the infinite is, compact, turbo, rocket punch? Yeah. Some combination of those. And I'm gonna play the turbo so we can rocket punch. And have energy for all of this, so I suppose since we have full block, we'll dual cast the Dark Orb. We have to keep in mind there is a void here in the draw pile. And let's dual cast and then cool-headed. Actually, I might end up using the defend. Or the charge battery. I like charge battery here. Splat. Alright, so compact. And might just leave the fuel there. I guess we have a chance of finding the turbo. Yeah, okay. I am loving all these orbs. Oh my god. Oh my goodness, these are good options. If you were to say, Slurgy, pick the 3 best rare defect cards that you could for this deck, I would sit and think for a bit and probably pick these 3. Sacrifice. Maybe it's defrag. Might be able to go defrag. I'm kind of wondering. Yeah, maybe just defrag? Especially if we make the trash to treasure innate. Buffer also good. Upgraded buffer is just like a really good card. I don't know. Black Star, Ectoplasm, Astrolabe. All three seem reasonable. Upgraded buffer is everything Toric Toughness dreams it could be. Wow, shots fired. How do you know Toric Toughness isn't listening? Their feelings could be hurt. You know, Ectoplasm is kind of like not fun, but it's kind of good here. I like gold. But Ectoplasm is like kind of okay here, isn't it? Black Star Farmer Elites for the memes. Is that memes or is that just actually like reasonable to do too? Astrolabe also totally okay. The defends are pretty bad. And 3 upgraded transformed cards are likely to be good. I might do Astrolabe. Anything is better than unupgraded defend, I think. Now hear me out. What if I actually got rid of a zap though too? What if I did, in all seriousness, do zap and dual cast really do much for us? Do they do much for Defect Inspire 2? After Act 1. Act 1 they're insane. But since we have a Tempest Plus, and we're not actively generating Dark Orbs, I almost wonder if the front-loaded block is better. And at a minimum, we remove Zap. Yeah, dual cast is fine, but it's not that good. It's good sometimes. You're kind of generating Dark Orbs? Sometimes. They don't stick around long enough for dual cast to be meaningful on them, though. If anything, maybe like Glass Orbs or things like that. I think Zap and 2 defends. That's actually pretty good. That's actually pretty good. All right, let's start out going this way. And do some shopping. What did you get? Chill, Chaos, and Coolant. It's pretty nice, actually. We'd like Chill not to be green, but whatever. I guess. And let's go Chaos. Okay. Well. In this deck, Chill is a damage card? Kind of. think we wanted that Dark Orb. We just play the Tempest. And then Chaos, which kills. Do we like Shadow Shield? I sort of like Shadow Shield. Right, we actively are generating a few different types of orbs. It's no fight through, it's no fight through. Yeah, the dark won't cook. We'd actually really rather have glass orb generation. Given how fast they're all going to cycle. I think it's a skip. And I might not go to this shop, I might just do that. Get a tiny bit more gold before the shop. Question mark could be a shop, and then we know we can skip that. Huh. I think we drink and lift. Great. That strength pot was pretty useless. Alright, let's do trash to treasure, defrag. We really want to upgrade defrag. And we want to find a anchor. We're gonna generate so much energy here. Let's do this, I guess. Okay. Boot sequence is like anchor, I guess. I think we like boot sequence. We like boot sequence. Skim card remove. Synchronize. Boy. So card remove for sure. Removing a defend I think is pretty high value. And I think I like skim. I think it's quite good actually. Also like synchronize. But I think I like skim more. And I'm gonna upgrade here. Probably. And I think Act 2 elites we're okay against. Descent and Millipede might be a little rough, but we can sleep right after. So upgrade, and I think this upgrade should probably just be defrag. Honorable mention for Trash to Treasure. I guess making it an 8 is pretty nice. But this feels like almost unplayable at 1, but really good at 2. Let's see what this finds. Probably don't bother skimming. Probably do boot sequence. Trash to Treasure, Charge Battery, Tempest, Compact. They still manage to do damage. Alright, so defrag, fight through, rocket punch. Who do we hit? Chaos? Okay, probably not turbo. We don't really want to get rid of that plasma from the front. Take one? God, they do so much damage. Now let's skim to the other wound. Let's maybe get to another wound, how about? Actually did it. Holy shit. Well, this Tempest is way more than killing them, but I just kind of wanted to see how far we could take that. Oh my god. If you were to say to me, Slurgy, pick 3 powers that you probably want to add to your deck. Hell. Oh, man. I think it's Iteration, but boy, Capacitor is really good. Another Trash to Treasure is good, but I think Iteration is just really good. For the long fights. Anyway. Yeah, let's just take all 3. I agree. I think it's Iteration, though. First time you draw a status card each turn, draw 2 cards. It's no, oh, no. What's the Ironclad power called? Ah, my brain. I can't remember. They're all escaping. Anyway, it's not that card. Which I always valued really highly, probably too highly. Colossus, that's not it. I want to upgrade something, I think. And it's either Trash to Treasure or Iteration. I think Trash to Treasure. Making this an 8 is actually pretty good. Vicious? No. I'm talking about Spire 1 card. When you see a status, you draw a card. Intimidating Helmet? Okay. Evolve. There it is. It's Evolve. That's the one. So we'll do this one, then this one, then this one. Can't hurt me, Spiny Toad. I mean, you can. So please don't. So Coolant is 6 block. Charge battery is 7. So currently blocking for 15. Could play an energy potion. Probably don't need to. but Coolant to start of your turn. I see that now. Overclock. We like an overclock. We click that one. And we probably upgrade some form of card draw. Rocket Punch, Skim, Iteration, Overclock. Compact maybe as well. Or still draws one? No, it draws two. Fuel Plus makes it draw two. Right, we don't need to try to get it infinite, by the way. Overclock's so good though, requires no setup. Overclock's very good, requires no setup. I think Cycling is right. I think this is the more important upgrade. Compact is on the list. But I think all the other things need to happen. And it's a little bit more important. Alright, so we're gonna play Chaos last. So we'll do this. And this. That's a lot of damage. So now we can Rocket Punch. We can Cool-Headed. We can Turbo, we can Skim, we can Dance. We can Defrag, we can Iteration. We can Fight Through, we can Coolant, let's Coolant. And then I think we are definitely not taking any damage. Just clicked a bunch of things. Blessing of the Forge. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I think Capacitor. I think we like a Capacitor. It makes Coolant block for more. Yeah, I think we're generating like fusion orbs kind of randomly. Yeah, we don't really need that turbo that much, I agree. I think it's just the Capacitor. And Blessing of the Forge? A lot of upgrades we still want. I think over the energy pod? Okay, let's Cool-Headed, see what we draw. Defrag, Coolant, Chill. Yeah, I think with these Frost Orbs in place, I think we're good. Should be good. So it's Capacitor, then Overclock. Fight through, see what orbs we get. Okay. See what Chaos does. Okay. Should be good. This is just sick. Okay. I am leaning towards skip here. Is another turbo actually helpful? I'm almost leaning towards no. I feel like between the orbs from Trash to Treasure and Chaos, we get a lot of, at least enough plasma orbs where card draw is higher value. You want it to be plus IMO? And yeah. I think that sounds about right. Yep. I think that sounds about, yeah. Yes. Agreed. So I'm gonna skip here. I mean, Focus Strike is okay too, but I don't think I want it if it's not upgraded. Kind of same thing with Barrage. Okay. Trash to Treasure. Coolant, fight through, boot sequence. Haha. Solve the riddle. We do want to find our iteration. We do want to upgrade this Rocket Punch too. Okay. Unfortunate that iteration was at the bottom of the deck. Though I suppose maybe it won't matter. Yeah. I'm feeling it just won't matter. This is wild. Data disk? Okay. I think the hologram is a trap. It's not needed. Simply not needed. Could be bad in our opening hand. This is just a skip. And Potion of Binding? Nah, we'll just keep these. And I think we can simply upgrade. And now here it could be the compact. Here it could be the compact. Yeah, 0 cost defrag. 0 cost innate automatically played defrag. Might use the Swift Pot here. I want to get through this opening hand. Get to our powers. Yeah, like this one. This one and this one. Do I use Blessing of the Forge or do I keep it? I think at this point the fight's won, so I don't think I need to use it. So I'm gonna use Coolant and then Tempest and Iteration. Capacitor will come last. Or maybe Coolant comes last. I guess let's dual cast this. And we'll do the chill last, I suppose. Dude, this is gross. This is so strong. I found a void. This is just insane. This is insane. Calipers would be good here. Out of control. Completely out of control. I think we're like basically infinite already, actually. You know things are fucked when you're happy to draw a void. Yeah. I think a buffer. Buffer's a cute little insurance package. Buffer also gives like a little block with Intimidating Helmet. So I think it's just buffer. Feeling like streak's gonna go up to 7 though. All right. Iron Club. Don't even need to consider these other options. Don't need to look at the map. We don't care about any option except for exactly one. The other two are actively bad. Yeah, going clubbing. Going clubbing. So still want to remove defend and dual cast. So we do want to go through at least one shop, probably two. We actually have a bunch of upgrades we want to do as well. Upgrading capacitor, iteration, buffer, skim. Upgrades pretty high value. So campfires are feeling like they'll be nice. So maybe this way? There's a 3 campfire path on the right and 1 shop. 2 campfire, 2 shop on the left through this way. I think I'd rather, 2 campfire, 2 shop. You're gonna say Rocket Punch, but you're not sure the deck even cares at this point. It'd be a nice upgrade. Okay, so let's trash to treasure. I guess I don't even play the buffer here. And do I play this skim? No. Yeah. Yeah. Not even sure what's happening here. You know, this kind of feels like this happens with Defect in Spire 1 as well. Where you get to a point where you're like, I'm just clicking on stuff and things are happening. Second iteration I don't think is helpful. Because like we use a card draw card to draw into the statuses very often, which is going to give us more than 5. So extra iteration, you know, going from like 2 to 4, I don't think is really worthwhile. I'd rather just upgrade the one we have and may not even need to do that. I think this is just a skip. Okay. Just card remove? How do we feel about boost away? I think just card remove. Yeah, I don't think we even want boost away. I think it slows us down just a tiny bit, such that it's completely unnecessary. And I think these potions are actually maybe fine. Yeah, only one status? Pfft, right? Compile driver is nice. Sometimes, yeah. I want to play that. So take a tiny bit of damage here. Could bind him to not, but buffer is here. Cool. Yeah, it scales harder in this game, but is worse turn 1. I think I care more about turn 1. Turn 1, I think, is the more important. Well, yeah, this one too. I'm looking at the rocket punch and the synchronize. And click on the rocket punch. I like the card. Okay, we're good. They're all dead. Like they're dead. They're dead. Okay. Oh, he's actually still alive through this turn? I'm genuinely shocked. Skip? I think no to hotfix. I think no. I don't think so. I mean, don't get me wrong. It is fine. But I think it's better to skip. And I'm gonna leave the potions. No, I'm gonna replace the potion of binding with power pot. We'll transform a dual cast. into power or skill. I guess skill that generates energy. Power could be the one that upgrades card, which is really only going to be a few fights. Power making power is cheaper, also good. Got both of them. Power making power is cheaper. We can make that an 8. Because that's how these mad sciences just upgrade. Yeah, I'm gonna go with that one. Okay, Eternal Feather, we actually like that. Okay. Trash to treasure, overclock. Cool-headed. I can't. Game. Please, have mercy. They're just little axe bots. They know not what they do. I don't even know why they're dying. Insane. Skip? Weirdly a case for boot sequence or boost away, but skip? I feel like it's skip. Hollow is good maybe? Is it? It's fine. All right, what do we do here? Feral will put Rocket Punch back in your hand, by the way, if it's made free. And weirdly enough, I think get rid of Charge Battery. Or the unupgraded Rocket Punch, I guess, but probably Charge Battery. I could have got Abacus, but why? Cool-headed, but I think not if it's not upgraded. And let's upgrade Buffer. May as well be Buffer. So taking a little damage here. Not too bad, but kind of hard to avoid turn 1 damage when, well, you know. Yeah, I'm gonna play the buffer and see what we draw. Skim, okay. I guess I'm gonna play the compact. Just to make sure we don't lose that. And I guess iteration will go away. And the unupgraded rocket punch. And I guess skim, which maybe is bad. Okay. Tempest is going to generate an absolute massive amount of energy. So I'm going to hologram the overclock because we're shuffling. Had to be a teeny tiny bit careful there. Just the tiniest bit of careful. I don't think we need the second compact. Second one could be okay. But I think if it's not upgraded, I don't want it. I'll play another capacitor, sure. Whatever. Okay. I'm going to put the Mad Scientist as the upgrade. Make it an 8. I think that's just pretty cozy. So let's play these ones. Still need to generate more frost orbs here. Let's skim. Or maybe just play this overclock. Let's play this overclock. Why did we get that back? We found our overclock again? What's even happening? Is our deck that thin? Huh. Okay. Apparently. You can leave some fuels, like, you know, hanging around. Feels like a good idea. Fuel is a good card to draw. Right, so if we create fuel, we're okay with that, like, being there, right? So we could play this fuel. Is our other trash to treasure? let's hologram up a void so we can compact it. This is absolutely wild. What a cool deck that came together here. It feels like we're technically not infinite, but we're basically infinite. You know what I mean? Like there's probably a way we could draw this, which would not work out. And who knows what that would look like. But we're going to do a big Tempest here at the end. The damage is slow. The damage is slow. That's true. Alright, so we'll compact and then we'll leave those fuels in the drop pile. And we'll just Tempest. I got places to be. Nah. All you need in the world is right here. Alright, so we're gonna play the Power Pot and the Blessing of the Forge. Thunder. And let's go and upgrade right here. Actually, I guess we can play... No, we're still not going to draw a card. Let's just upgrade here. Played a lot of powers there. Which this guy's not woke bloke. He doesn't care about powers. He thinks those are fine. It's skills he hates. Hates them. What a blessed defect run. Completely blessed. This is like hashtag blessed. This is, you know, blessed as that little sign in your, above your, oh wait, did I not play compact? I meant to. Let's do it now. Yeah, there's like a little bless this nest sign over our entryway to our home here. I want to make sure we're full blocking. It's looking pretty full blocky to me. Alright, now we get to kill him. And is he dead now? Can we Tempest here? Probably. Let's just see. No, not yet. Not yet. There. All right. Well, the streak counts up. I was planning on, you know, just seeing how far I could take it till I splat, and I'm still going to. You're back? Didn't I dismantle you? Well, fix you? Fix your friend? Ridiculous. But streak is now up to 7. Streak is now up to 7. Well, I'm not going to play another though, that is where I'm going to call it for the evening. This deck was very fun. So much fun. So much fun. So much fun. Honestly, all of the runs this evening were super fun. This silent run, super fun. This Regent run, well, it at least was interesting at parts. The Ironclad run, pretty cool. Hemokinesis did some heavy lifting. And the Defect, this was not only fun, but super blessed. This was an extremely blessed Defect run. And anyway, that's where I'm going to call it. I will not be back tomorrow. It is going to be super nice outside. Super nice outside. There are mountains of snow outside, but it's going to be, let's see, 74 Fahrenheit in Celsius, because I know a lot of people, like 23 or 24 degrees Celsius. There will still be a lot of snow. It'll be like rivers of melting snow. Kind of crazy. So I'm going to be spending a lot of time outside with my wife. So no stream tomorrow. However, I will be back on Sunday at a more EU-friendly start time. Probably sometime early morning. I don't know, whenever I feel like waking up and cracking open a Spire. And so, that's what I'm going to call it for the evening. I'm going to send you guys over to Terrence, who is a very skilled Spire player. Someone I used to watch playing Spire 1 way back in the day. So great stream, enjoyed it. Yeah, it was a fun one to play. So on Sunday I will resume the streak. I want to see how far I can go in the current patch before swapping over to the beta patch. So to all of you, wherever you are in the world, make it a good one. Ta-ta.